Under the administrative, on the May 3rd, 2016, under the administrative updates, it references on-top purchase property to build a new plant in West Valley, and that should read the purchasing plan in West Valley. That's part. That was the May 3rd, 2016. And those two places. Were there any other corrections to the minutes? Otherwise, I'll look for a motion to approve the minutes for May 3rd, 2016 work meeting minutes and August 16th, 2016
Move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Those in favor? Thank you. The voting is unanimous in this one. Yes.
I'll just mention, I don't know if it's the HVAC system, but I'm having trouble hearing down here, so I'm sure the microphones are probably having trouble hearing up, so.
Probably just a fan.
Use the fan. Oh, yeah. Heaters. So you might just want to speak up.
Okay. Are we warm enough in here yet? Should we turn the heaters off? Are we still cold?
I'm fine.
I'm fine too. If we could probably turn the heater off now. It was very cold in this room when we first got here, so appreciate our staff warming it up a little bit. And I will speak up too. The first item on the agenda is a report on vendor selection for software related to the council priority to improve public engagement. This will be presented by our council executive director, Mr.
Welcome, council. This is a long time coming. Let me tell you about another technological change we've got today. We're now being filmed on camera above you. So those of us who sat on this side and had our backs to the camera, you're all on camera and from a much higher level. Several months ago, council had established as one of their priorities the focus on public engagement, reaching out, and we've had staff from the council office and from the IS department looking at different products around the country, and we've come up with an RFP later in the summer, and we've had 6 responses. That we're just going to kind of go with that with you. Some of the policy considerations we have will make council more accessible to Provo citizens and will improve engagement with other stakeholder groups. Continue with, will encourage and enable citizens to learn about engaging issues that council is addressing. Is there a benefit? Is the benefit to the tool worth the expenditure and staff effort required? And both the answer is yes for all these things. We received 6 proposals. We evaluate them all on basis of points and criteria that we have established. We identified top suppliers, and we talked about these 3. Democracy, which is Open Town Hall, Bang the Table, which is engagement both HQ and Polko, which product seems to be called Polko. This is Polko, basically some surveys and questions. Engagement HQ, same concept. It's the same concept all the way through, just different presentation in that application. This is Open Town Hall, which you've, I think, seen before. You've seen it in the Salt Lake City Council webpage. Now, some of the key features that we desired in this product, in this project, let me back up. We evaluated over dozens and dozens of criteria, and when we came down to it at the end, there were just a number of features that were a little bit different. We wanted to be able to customize our brand and incorporate our site into provo.org. We wanted to have a supplier modified supplier provided comment moderation. And what that is that somebody is dealing with the quality of the comments. So if there's profanity or inappropriate words used in these things, that they'll be stricken from the, or otherwise pulled off of the website, so that we're not out putting a whole bunch of trash out onto the comments. The top 3 suppliers had duplicate scores in many areas. We identified the branding. We wanted to be able to incorporate our color response and logos for Provo City. Polko, we weren't able to do that. Peak Democracy and Bang the Table, yes. We wanted to incorporate it into provo.org, so citizens didn't have to go to a different website. Peak Democracy was the only one that did that. Comment moderation, the 2 highest vote getters or score getters were Peak Democracy and Bang the Table. They were both yes. Verification of user addresses. We wanted to be able to ensure the quality of data by being able to focus on input from Provo residents. Sometimes we go out through surveys out public, we get surveys from anybody that happens to cross it. We want to be able to focus our information that we're getting from our actual residents. And so the answer to that one, Peak Democracy does that, and Bang the Table collects the addresses but does not verify. Another issue was, where'd I go? Are you moving on me?
No, I just was gonna check.
Okay.
I guess.
I want to be on the page that says data availability. There you go. Okay. So with respect to data, we want to have access to the data collected, be able to search and utilize it. The POLCO had some limited application, limited data available. If we were to terminate Bang the Table, we could download anytime. Peak Democracy said that the data is available in perpetuity and downloadable at any time. Users are to receive information before weighing in on issues. What we wanted there was the ability to educate on the issue and then ask people for their input. POLCO had gone through these steps to get to the information before selecting a survey answer. Peak Democracy and Bang the Table both had the issues seen first. We wanted a single sign-on. That's to allow users to log on from provo.org. All 3 suppliers are in that stage where they have to work with us to provide that once Provo 360 is implemented. And that's where we go on that one. In the end, we came down with a recommendation, but in your reports that you're in your council packages, you'll see that we scored these 3, and on score alone, they ranked in this order. Peak Democracy finished first, Bang the Table finished second, and lagging behind was POLCO. And those 3 were the top 3 of the 6 in terms of the scores. And then we evaluated the price. Peak Democracy had the lowest price on that. So their year 1 cost was $10,800, and it's flat across for 5 years. POLCO was at 12, and Bang the Table was 14. So at the end of the day, looking at all the other things that we looked at, considering all the things that were open, will you pass that recommendation out now? So the recommendation is to go with Peak Democracy's open town hall at an annual cost of $10,800. So the next steps to consider is how we're going to pay for it, to look into appropriate the funds, which means we would have to come back to you at a full council meeting with a request for an appropriation, do the appropriate notice to do that. We'd have to prepare and execute a contract. We'll have to develop some procedures for the use of. What we thought we'd start with as an opening guide was, for example, Salt Lake City created policy and expectations around the use of this tool. So there are other cities that have done that. We're going to look at that and craft something so that it's understood how it can be used, when it's to be used, and who controls and that kind of thing. We also need to develop our own internal procedures for using the tool, and that will come with some party with the setup and do some internal testing. We are told that we can have this up and running in 2 to 3 weeks after we sign the contract. And one of the steps we'll want to do is a public relations reach out. We'll want to advertise it both in the city organization and out in the broader community. I'll take questions.
So it says, other city departments have expressed some interest in using this engagement tool. So, does that mean the council shares the expense? It's still the same price if other departments use it?
Yeah, we hadn't gotten into that aspect of how to share costs if we were going to, and I think mostly that comment comes from people expressing an interest in using it, but not really having gone through the administration or anything to define if that's something they will do. But as far as I understood council's desires, that the council wanted this to be their tool. And with respect to that tool, we will have to cooperate and collaborate with the administration in terms of gathering some information about issues that come out of the departments and then reaching out to engage them. But as far as sharing the cost, we haven't discussed that.
Well, over and above sharing, is it, even if we paid the whole cost, does it open the door for others to use it at the same price, other departments in the city?
Yes. If our policy is to allow that, yes. But it's one contract price for the city.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Is it a guarantee? Once you sign a contract, you have to stay with it for 5 years? Is there any else?
I believe there's an out every year, but there's a discount if we go, the longer we go, the more of a discount we get. It's not a substantial discount, so we could, if we wanted to, just say we'll pay full price year to year and take our, check our experience with it.
And it's 10.8 is the full price.
What's that?
10.8 is the full price.
That's correct.
And they're committing to not raise the price for 10 years, or sorry, for 5 years.
Right. Yeah, we asked for that as part of our RFP.
And that is true, even if we renew yearly, they're still going to commit to not raising the price for 5 years.
For 5 years. I think so. That was our understanding. And there was a discount, I think, of 5% if we went 5 years upfront. And my feeling is that that discount may not be substantial enough to take the option of the discount, but to plan on carrying through and then look at our own stats. How are we using it? Is it getting us what we want in terms of information?
This was not budgeted for us, it would be a general appropriation.
The general appropriation, yeah. We're gonna look in the budget and see if we can fund some of it from within, but ultimately the maximum we'd be asking for is 10.8.
I appreciate the fact that this particular one has almost everything we're asking for or looking for, and at the lowest cost. I don't know if that happens very often.
No.
So we really appreciate that. So.
Yeah, and we looked at some of the other websites for things where it's been done elsewhere, and there's some, both the top two were just outstanding products. And this one ends up winning by a couple points on the score, and then a little bit more. It wins a little bit more when the price is lower.
It gives me a comfort level about this, this all place you get, and my home family use it.
Yes, and one thing to know is, I didn't know this until I got further into it, but this product is a collaboration of some private sector individuals and a number of cities around the country. It's endorsed by the ICMA, which is the International City Management Association. There's been a lot of experience with it. It's a pretty hardy program. Our staff have seen the back end of it in the Salt Lake application. They're feeling very comfortable about going forward with this product as well. So the question I have for you is whether or not you're willing to make a motion to adopt the recommendations, and then we would come back to you with a couple of weeks with a request for an appropriation. And at that point, we would be able to go and engage the contract.
And to add to that, could we have maybe a straw man? We could use that as a straw man for our policy, or how we're going to use the product.
How do you mean?
Don't you have a document in front of you that, as far as a policy, an internal policy about what our
That'll be our starting point, yeah, and we'll craft something like that to fit us, and we'll talk to whoever we need over the administration, so that we can have operations, we gather information as well.
It'd be good to have that either prior or at the same time.
I see what you're saying, yes, we'll have that ready
We
for
have
you.
a policy in place when we make the appropriation.
Yeah, we'll make every effort to do that, and then Josh Eric from IS is, you know, he's here to support us as well, so.
Just one quick question, you may not have the answer to this. How many people use the website? Have you got numbers on that?
I don't have numbers for that. I do understand that there have been over 500,000 people that have engaged on this product, at least around the country, in terms of the applications that they've used it on. And if you're willing, if you have time, if you want, we can pull up some applications in other cities and show you how it's being used.
But I'm just more interested in the actual usage, because I know that, here in our city, we do have mayor has decided that it's very well used. I just would like to have something that's also well used, so what their usage was.
Sounds like we need to have an advertisement on the mayor's blog.
Response.
So, I mean, obviously, it's going to get used to the extent that it's useful to people and that they know about it. So we'll have to do our own marketing effort to get the information out there. And we'll try and get you some more information on the actual usages and numbers to make that available.
Mr. Stewart?
This doesn't require more staff, does it?
No. No, we'll do it with the existing staff. And I do want to point out that a lot of the background work on this was done by Karen Tapai and Rachel Stone, who was an intern here for a while. They did some tremendous background work in gathering this information, and then with Josh's help, we put together an RFP. So it was a real team effort around pulling this together.
One thing that really appeals to me about this is our residents will have a place where they can go and they can look by item and they can decide, you know, I want to learn more about this, or if they have a question or concern about something, they can go to the site, they can look and find the information on that topic, educate themselves, and then communicate with council members, those that decide that they want to engage on this, and communicate with us that way with their questions and concerns, or, you know, have a good policy discussion, and it'll be moderated by someone outside, so we're not the ones kind of controlling what, you know, what's coming in. So if there's inappropriate, you know, comment, that someone else will be moderating that. And I think it's really appealing to me to be able to have that discussion. I wanted to be able to have that discussion online. It's a little harder on the current platforms that we have out there right now. And so that's what really appeals to me personally about it.
Yeah.
I'm ready to move to accept the recommendation and to move forward with the next steps to implement.
Is there a second? Mr. Smith?
Yes, I just got one more question, and it's just about like George just comment about staff. Do you see any other costs coming forward, or is that, and basically after that, it's our baby to play with, you don't see any substantial costs coming forward?
I don't. I mean, I could see if Peak Democracy created some new add-on. They're constantly making little improvements, but I'm not aware that they're adding costs to us. Right now, I don't foresee any, and if I did, I would tell you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Those in favor?
It's not directly related to the motion, but I kind of wanted to voice my support for the line that Mr. Connect is following, which is, I think once we pay this, I think we should really look to how can we maximize the value, and that might be, you know, retiring other systems and bringing them on through that. And I think, you know, our citizens, regardless of who pays for it, the citizens ultimately are paying for it. So however we can get the most value out of it is something we should look at.
And we actually hope to have this in place and running as part of the West Side process that is ongoing.
And big thanks to Karen Tapai and to Rachel Stone. Rachel's here, but
Rachel's Rachel's.
oh, Israel, I want to negotiate this.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. Okay, so thanks both to them and to Mr. Stratton. Thank you. The next item of business is a discussion on the Joaquin Parking Study. And this will be presented by Susan Cooper Barber of the Joaquin neighborhood. She's the vice chair. Alex Barton, just a little history on this. Alex Barton from the neighborhood brought this amazing study of parking in our neighborhood and gave leadership, in a preview. And we thought it would be valuable for the entire council to see it and hear it and understand, some of the issues that they're facing. And Alec was out of town, unfortunately, but we are grateful that Susan and Barbara can be here too. She's also a very big advocate for that neighborhood, and so we appreciate you being here and taking the time.
I think I want to emphasize that what's so exciting about this study is that it was instigated by students. Alec Barton is a student. Sarah Pendleton-Miner was a student. And she just was amazing and always on her tail, like, I can't stand the parking, I can't stand the parking. Emily Teal is a recent graduate, and his last name, Ezekiel Miriam, was also a student. And these are the people who really worked the most and instigated it and put this study together, which is really, really exciting to have student voice. It wasn't really done by the chairs, it was done by people in our community. So, the parking problem with Joaquin, it's about how poor policy, enforcement, and planning affect quality of life in the Joaquin neighborhood. Oh. So the problem came about because the city no longer, this is as we talked in a group and worked together online and in other places, the city no longer paints curves. The engineering department determined to use signs in place of painted curves. With few exceptions, signs have not been placed in the Joaquin neighborhood. We've noticed that cars often park in where how would you know with the red tip paint? It's like a maybe kind of thing going on in the intersection right here. And we've seen this quite a bit. Also, with the problem continued is inconsistent use of signage creates confusion about where people can park. Limited and inconsistent enforcement reinforces improper parking behavior. And the convenience of street parking, coupled with the inconvenience of parking in some lots, encourages illegal street parking. So if you don't want to pay to be in a lot, or you just don't want to park off the lot, it's just, if you look at many studies, people park on the street. And there's this place, Joaquin Village, and if you go, you can like walk down in the underground parking, and it's not really that full. What the students do is they don't want to pay the money to park there. So, hey, I'm going to save $60 or whatever and park on the street. And then they end up just pushing in, and then they see those flat curbs. And I talked to students, and they're like, I can't believe the city took away my parking on 500 North. And it's actually, I have to say, actually, they just put those signs up, you were actually parking illegally. So that's some input from the neighborhood. Also, continuing with the problem, there's rampant parking violations which threaten safety, well-being, and quality of life. Cars park in front of driveways, in front of fire hydrants, in crosswalks, on sidewalks and bike lanes within 20 feet of the intersection, and in yards and in stationary locations for more than 72 hours. These things aren't just occasionally happening. This is daily, this is hourly in our neighborhood, hourly. All of these are hourly. So it's not a problem, it's a crisis. So can we click and go to the study that Emily Kiel, who rocks. Sarah and Emily were talking, and they're like, we're finally just gonna make a web page, and what if we do the study and we have 6 volunteers who walk the streets for a couple of hours for 10 days, and this is what we found. Let me see. At this point, I want to start with Marcia.
You're pointed this way.
Whoa.
Are you trying to change
I wanna
slides or
click
do a
these.
laser pointer?
I'm going to click these so that you can see all of the days filled up. Sorry at the bottom where it's going to mess everything up. Okay, so March 9th, this is the ones we collected. March 8th, March 7th, March 6th, March 5th, March 4th, March 3rd, March 2nd, March 1st, and February 29th. 10 days of violations and people walking the streets. We have also color coordinations, where the green is the intersections, and you can read about them online as well. They were super organized. Could you click on like this one, just for fun, and let's see what it is? Okay, looks like an intersection. Oh my, I'm super close. And maybe let's try the blue one. Let's just see. Because I remember the greens I thought were intersections, the very, very light greens. You know, but just some exciting stuff. Let's pick, I have no idea. Let's pick this one and see what the orange stands for. Fire, too close to fire hydrant. Can we go back now to the slides? So if you really are curious, you can look at the study in more detail. So after this 10 days, we found close to 1,300 violations in the Joaquin neighborhood.
Where did we find that URL?
I'll text it to you. It's right there. So I'll send an email with that to you guys. So if the city would have collected issued $25 tickets to each improperly parked vehicle during the study period, it would have made $32,400, which is a lot of money. I mean, pretty mind-blowing to us.
We were collected, not paid.
Yeah, there you go, that's a big difference.
Tell me the difference.
We're collecting something because of a violation instead of making some money.
Yes, yes, collected. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So the city would have collected, because maybe it sounds like they're creepy.
Well, it doesn't incorporate the cost of sending the officers out.
Oh, yeah, and the cost.
Tickets, and so those costs, it's just not
Do you
incorporated.
think this is 10 days? This is 10 days. So it would have made money off of it.
Would have collected money that should have been paid, right? Okay.
So the specific problems are blocking driveway violations, but so this is the thing that bugs people the most, because they're like, I gotta get to work, gotta get to school, I want to do an errand, and the driveway is blocked in our neighborhood. Another violation are fire hydrants. This is daily. This is the one where I'm like, hey, you should be smart enough to figure out not to park here. It's a fire hydrant. Even if it's not painted or there's no parking sign. This is harder for me to be more lenient about. They park blocking the sidewalks, which is for able-bodied people, just a minor inconvenience. But if you are in a wheelchair, if you have little kids, if you are elderly, this becomes much more complicated, especially in winter. With bike lane violations, these happen, I think this time, I talked with Alec and he said that there were a few cars that were just parked in the bike lane for a few days. And often they're just cars parked there temporarily. The intersection violations were by far the most rampant. All of these intersections were consistently violated throughout the study. The only ones that weren't were the ones that had the 8 places and all of the intersections consisting of the no parking signs. So that seems to be working. So everywhere signs are not posted is where the violations are happening.
Susan,
With the intersections.
just one more minute, okay? It was the presentation, and we're gonna have another discussion as well. So just whatever is really important to show.
Okay, there's yard violations. And the most thing that bugged us a lot was that there was zero mention of Joaquin in the Provo strategic parking management plan, which we were holding our breath. I was telling to neighbors, like, this is so exciting, this is happening, and then we weren't mentioned. And this was kind of like the impetus of all of this occurring. We went with parking signs, maybe 10 to start with. And I heard that the city is trying to implement this, which makes us super excited. They're in! I've been gone in New York for a month and I had kids barking, so I missed that. I haven't been able to go on my phone to check it out. So I want to say this as the plan study. I read about parking weekly, and this is just this week. And this is the same conclusion that comes every time in articles on the internet and everywhere. This is from Wired Magazine. The war on parking just got serious. Building parking lots to reduce the demand for on-street parking doesn't actually work, says Michael Mandel, an urban planner who studies land use and traffic congestion at UCLA. The street is an unpriced commons, which is why you have a shortage of parking, he says. Cities once thought they could protect free parking and make existing residents happy by passing the cost of those spots onto new residents. But the free spots will always be full. Thanks, Econ 101. Mandel says any city worried about parking should do the smart but unpopular thing, require permits or install meters. So our solutions are that we brainstorm our parking permit program. It has all sorts of different needs. Parking meters, shared parking like they do at the University of Utah and Ogden, where when parking lots are in use, then residents can use them for overnight parking and other things. We want no parking signs and eventually curb extensions so the cars can't even pull up because they have that thing, which will eventually bring complete streets, which will also make way for people. We want bike share programs, and we want enforcement. So here's the special thanks to all the neighbors who worked on this, and just beautiful pictures of violations.
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing that with us. And yeah, all it takes is a drive through the neighborhood. In fact, I started snapping pictures similar to the one where you had all the cars parked on the grass and under pine trees. I snapped a few of those.
Yeah. Hey, at least they're off the street, right?
and how unsightly.
Yeah, this is not unsightliness. Yeah.
It's just awful something. Mr. Stewart?
Ryan, a question.
Yes, sir.
According to our ordinances, who can call to have someone towed? If someone's parked in front of my driveway, can I call and have it towed?
If it's illegally parked, well, you can only tow on private property unless it's an abandoned vehicle. So if you're talking about public property, then it goes to the city to enforce, and it would be.
In front of my driveway is city property.
Right, and so it'd be, I think the call would be to the police department, so the police department could enforce.
I just wanted to make sure that's what it was.
And then the police could call for a tow if they need to.
So a resident could call the police.
They do.
I hope they do.
So, they often do call, and come here, you help me too.
So at one of our neighborhood meetings, we started telling all of the residents that were complaining and had been, sorry, this is my, I'm in the course, had been complaining about these things. Well, okay, start calling 311. We gave them the dispatch, and it just didn't work. In fact, we had neighbors say, the police said, well, can you drive on your grass around, get out of it? And there was just, there just really wasn't any response to most of them. Now that changed about, I don't know, in August. I remember it was, whatever day was the
first day of school.
It was the day of the caucus meetings. I just remember seeing tons of cars out. It didn't have to do with caucus meetings. It just was about that time. Anyways, that is a solution we would like to have, but it doesn't work out in practice.
I think it's like street design. It's also parking design. So you can't say just enforce car speeding when our streets are ginormous. They're still going to speed, even with enforcement. I feel like it's just when I've been thinking about it that we need smart parking implemented, not just enforcement, because enforcement hasn't worked. Increased parking hasn't worked. We've tried that for years. But yeah.
Do you think the neighborhood would be open to metered parking? I mean, I don't know that it's even an option financially, but would they be open to metered parking on?
I think so. I'm even considering this is my personal thoughts with transit-oriented development. Why not instead of asking, we need discussion, asking new development there instead of building very expensive parking underneath. why not say, why don't you pay for the meters on 800 North and give them bike shares as well to implement, to balance it out?
All right, well, thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate you coming and sharing some of the.
We love that you got us here.
Well, we appreciate you sharing this, and it's something that we need to have continued discussion on. I personally have been waiting and hoping to see the results of this parking study that's been in the
On your
works
agenda.
for a very long time, and so it is coming on a future agenda, and I think we'll be able to have a more full discussion once we have the results of that study and what the consultants have found. So appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
So the next item is also parking related. This is a discussion about potential amendments to parking standards in transportation-oriented development and university zones, and this will be presented by Bill Pepperoni, Assistant Community Development Director.
So two of the problem areas that we've experienced for parking, one is Joaquin Village, of course, in North Joaquin area, student housing development. The other is Startup Crossing, right north of 6 South on 200 West. So in those two situations, we know we've had what appears to be an inadequate parking on site, and we've had numerous complaints from the surrounding residents. We've been told by some developers that they are contemplating new student housing projects in Joaquin. The ones that are being contemplated right now would require a zone change. So the city has some legislative authority and some legislative latitude there. In the ITOD area, we've known for many years that UTA is a large owner of property there, and they're anticipating what could be 500 to 700 more units. So as the community development staff look at this, we thought it would be a good idea for us to get out ahead of this and start talking to the council about whether or not there's interest in re-examining those parking standards. Now, in Joaquin Village, that was built just before the 0.7 spaces per bed ratio was enacted. That was part of 0.65. It was a pro zone that predated that 0.7 standard. Right after Joaquin Village opened, I went to the management company and asked to see the number of people on the waiting list to get an on-site parking space. So with the number of spaces they have on site and that waiting list, a ratio of 0.8 would have parked everybody. Now that is just a snapshot in time. That is just that particular semester that we looked at that waiting list. I'm sure it varies up and down semester by semester. But on that particular time, 0.8 would have parked everyone who wanted a space on site.
So when I was on the council last time, I worked with Dave Cavanaugh, who was doing it for Lanai, and he didn't want to do one-to-one. And we came up after extensive visiting and counting with 0.8.
Interesting enough. Yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of debate on exactly where that ratio should go.
Question, Bill.
Yes.
Does the waiting list, do they have to pay for the parking that they would receive?
Once they get a space, they would have to pay for it, yes.
So that doesn't answer a couple of her questions. On-street parking is more convenient and less expensive.
Yes, I think.
0.8 would help maybe some, but it doesn't answer those two questions that we brought up that I hadn't thought about.
That's right. Until we grasp a parking permit program or some type of parking strategy, we probably have to overpark on site until we're willing to do that. Because as long as parking on the street is close and it's free, there's going to be that incentive to park there. Even if you've got a space on site, if your space is towards the back of the project and it has a longer walk to the front door than parking on the street, there's going to be that tendency to do that. And in the case of Joaquin Village, I think there are a lot of different strategies that can be looked at. Parking meters on 800 North makes a lot of sense. Parking meters south of that, probably not so much. But 2 or 3 or 4 different tools may be needed just between 500 North and 800 North, or that many between Center Street and 800 North. We're probably going to have to look at an almost block-by-block solution in Joaquin. In the case of Startup Crossing, they took complete advantage of the 50% break you can get in your parking ratio if you're in the ITOD zone or a downtown zone. So whatever the parking ratio is required by code, the developer can ask for a 50% break off of that. It seems to us that as much as that makes sense, that in an ITOD area with mass transit right there, you would allow for a break in parking. I think that the public just isn't there yet. I think that we don't have mass transit built and operational to the point where people, one family can live off one car, or a person a single is willing to live off no cars. Even when BRT is enacted, I'm not sure we will have the feeder systems into BRT that would really allow us, that would really justify these breaks in the parking to that degree. Now, where this becomes tricky is that Joaquin is saying, we don't just want bigger parking lots. We want to use parking smarter. So those parking lots that are already there that are vacant, literally 80 or 85% of the time, you know, Joaquin would like to see those used rather than just building more on-site parking spaces. That becomes tricky because those are owned by private individuals, by these church or chapel sites or BYU parking lots, those types of things. So what sounds initially like a very easy solution, well, let's just raise the ratio. It actually has implications that go beyond that. So we wanted to broach this topic with the city council, broach with the county commission, and I'm sure the planning commission will want a few meetings to study and talk about it before they're ready to report the recommendation. But we wanted to give you a heads up and also get you thinking and talking about it at the same time.
Working for the church, I'm aware of the parking problem at chapels. If you currently drive down on 920 South, 2nd West, there's a chapel by the roundabout. Start driving west, and you will see that they have bought some duplexes and homes and are currently in the process of expanding the parking lot. They've done that at virtually every downtown chapel that they can. And they just finished doing it over on 9th East and 1st South.
Yeah.
Because they just don't have enough parking.
Right. Yeah, they've gone to our department to get permission to remove those houses, and we've worked with them on their new site plans. So yeah, that is happening. And yet we know right across from Joaquin Village, there is a church parking lot that is vacant most of the time. And of course, the church has got issues of liability. They have issues of what if we have a midweek funeral and we need those parking spaces. But yet Logan and Utah State University seems to have this dual share of church sites and school parking. So somehow they're making a version of this work there.
I would love to see, if Logan can do it, why couldn't Provo do it? You know, I've been a part of a neighborhood who pushed back a little bit against expanding some church lots, saying, you know, we would rather have that parking spill out onto the streets, you know, once every 7 days, rather than lose some of these homes that make the community. And so, you know, I've seen it from the other side as well, and it seems like from a community perspective, both, you know, if you're a member of that group or not, and the community as a whole, it makes a lot of sense if we can use these resources more efficiently. And so I'd love to see the city reach out and see what ways we can find a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Bryce, can we go to the city map? Can we go to North Joaquin, 800 North, just right off BYU campus? So just to throw one more fly in the ointment to make this more complicated. So you know what's coming down the pike. Glenn Rowland, who's the owner of Campus Plaza, has had a project in review for a couple of years now. He's been in process for a couple of years because he's been trying to negotiate with BYU to get approval for his project that's student housing, that's single student housing. He's got the property immediately east of the new Life Science Center, right on 800 North. This property backs up to BYU campus. There will be a walkway going from his building right on to the walkway from the Life Science building leading onto campus. You will literally be able to take steps out of his building and you'll be on campus. He has parked his building at 0.7 spaces per bed. He's spending $10 million on parking on his building, for his building. Joaquin is saying that seems a little crazy. Any place in the city that would seem to be justified for a parking ratio even lower than 0.7, it would be Glenn's project that is adjacent to BYU campus. Kansas City, 800 north,
800 north and what?
900 east. It's 700.
Between 6 and 7.
So that,
Between 5 and 6. 5 and 7.
right, that's the life science building. So you're just inside of it.
Just double click on this part.
That's the new life science building, so it's just this property right here. This is Campus Plaza, which is owned by Mr. Rowland, and this is his property, and actually he owns property here. He'd like to build his project here as really phase 1 of redevelopment. He'd like to rebuild student housing development there as phase 2. He'd like to rebuild Campus Plaza as phase 3, and he's willing to even build a bridge from this building into that building, so pedestrians can cross without going into street level. Mr. Rowland is very forward thinking. He's delightful to work with. But his project would come right out of this and connect into this stairway that goes up the hillside on the campus, directly into that. And this would be his project. He's got commercial space on 800 North frontage, just like we would want. He's doing everything right. But Joaquin is saying, why can't we negotiate with Mr. Rowland to do a ratio less than 0.7, and that his savings and what's going to cost him to build parking, Joaquin wants to negotiate for a percentage of that to go towards putting in bulb outs and bike lanes and parking meters and whatever else they would take. And Mr. Rowland's very open-minded to that. I'm meeting with him in 5 minutes to discuss this again.
The one caveat to that, I think, is that students, the students that I just anecdotally talked to about this issue, they bring their cars to campus because they don't stay on campus. The world isn't their campus, right? Because now they go to Zion's, they go to Bryce, they go to Sundance, they go to Alta. They do these things. They really explore the state while they're here. So to say they're not going to bring a car because they live that close to campus, I don't know that we can guarantee that, because they're bringing their cars and they're actually enjoying the state, which is a good thing too. But I wonder how much of that, we're seeing.
BYU has found that out with the new housing they built. Their intention was there would be fewer students with cars. They have 300 spaces dedicated to those housing buildings at the Marriott Center. So if those students have to bring a car, want to bring a car, they have to warehouse it over at the Marriott Center, but they still are bringing a car and they're still on a car. So
the world isn't their campus. I mean, it is. They're going everywhere. They're all over the place, right? So anyway, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting too. Is they come to campus for school, but they're all over. They're really enjoying.
So the campus isn't their world?
The campus isn't their world. That's a very good.
Well, they work. They go to doctors.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not.
It's not
It's
just
It's like at least 7 out of 10 of those students are going to bring cars, at least. Probably 8 or 9 out of 10 are going to bring cars. They're going to live in that complex. So I don't think it works.
So just an observation, Dave Cavanaugh, 10 years on, he still is happy with his parking ratio. It works at his location and his proximity to campus. My question about Campus Plaza is, what is their working ratio now? How many spaces they have? Are they all filled? How many kids bring cars?
I don't know off the top of my head. As we continue this discussion, we will do surveys of the different housing developments at the time. I mean, they range from 0.5 to 1. That's how big the range is, because they've been approved over so many years. But we'll come in with a breakdown of that.
I'm looking at the actual usage, not necessarily what it was approved at.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So if it's approved at 1, typically it's, depending on the location, it can be less than 1. We were finding many of the ones that were approved at 1 only had 80% used, but admittedly, some of those were probably parking on the street.
Right.
Some of this is, I think, a chicken and egg problem. If
you put up lots of parking, then there's not much incentive to not bring your car. And if there's not an incentive to not bring your car, then you take your car everywhere. And then there's not enough demand to really make public transportation work as efficiently as possible. And so it's kind of this roundabout. And I do think we're in a transition period, which can be very painful. I think that's what happened at the start of Crossing. It's in a TOD. The stuff is coming, but it's not here yet. And so it's very painful not to have that probably one car per unit there. And it seems really short-sighted, but maybe because of that, now there's more demand for some of these services that are coming, and will help justify those services coming. And maybe we'll look back and say, wow, remember when this was a problem, and now there's excess parking. I do think kind of that human behavior and economics, both money and effort, come into play here. And I do think when we start looking at things like meters on 800 North and some of these things, it may make some of these other mechanisms a little bit more possible. One nice thing about parking lots is during that transition period, you can look at that parking lot and how empty it is.
2 cars in there.
Is that a
That's a BYU lot.
It's not a nice lot.
Yeah, that used to be, I used to work at the Forest Service. It used to be a genetics garden right there.
See, there's another one right there.
Another one there.
They're very full right now.
The nice thing about those, though, is during that transition period, you can have them available for parking. And then as parking becomes less necessary, there may be some pretty big game changers as far as autonomous vehicles and Uber-like services. And there may be some pretty big changes. And then all of a sudden, those parking lots make a lot more sense to be redeveloped into buildings. And so that is one thing that it can almost be a transitory parking lot to help us through the transition period. But
and it's interesting because the startup Crossing this last week, I've met 2 young professionals, women who live there, who moved out because of the parking. They'll stay walking 3 or 4 blocks away to get to their place. It's just not convenient. They don't feel safe. And so they moved out, and another couple have moved out because the parking was such an issue there. So we're driving away the very people we would love to have live there because of the parking issues is what I'm seeing there right now. And so I don't know how you get past this part to the point where it makes sense to not have adequate parking. But Mr. Connect?
I need to make it short because you've got a 5-minute appointment, right?
Yeah.
I'm hearing feedback, it was from Michael Burrs, that the people that are leaving or signing up and renewing or not renewing at Startup Crossing, it's generally related to the parking, not the quality of the apartment, and the safety issues, and that their likely replacements instead of young married students with both having cars will be people that are in less affluent circumstances, that yes, they can afford the rent because it's a low rent, but maybe they only have 1 car because that's all they can afford. And so he's going to be dealing with the change in demographics at that place, from young marrieds to probably people that he will have to provide more services to.
Interesting. Susan had a comment also.
Yeah, I don't know if we have time to take what's on it right now, but sorry, I know she's been part of the discussion, and this is going to go on further than today, but I want to be respectful of your time, Mr. McCormick. Was there anything else that you wanted to share with us before you need to go? Okay. And will you be coming back to us with suggestions for?
Yeah, we'll come back to you, at least with some more data, and so we can have a more robust discussion.
Okay, and we'll find a little more time for this discussion, because I think we really need to figure this one out.
Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate you bringing this to our attention, and I appreciate you doing the legwork and bringing this back to us.
Thank you.
The next item is an update regarding process for the quarterly review of 25Ds, and this will be issued by Mr. Stracker, Executive Director.
Make a quick comment. We have 25 minutes, so we're actually a minute early.
One minute.
1 minute. I'll do it even less than that. I just want to say that we often, when residents come to us and they say we have a problem, sometimes we ask them, and I hope Susan's listening. Susan? So we ask them, well, will you partner with us? Will you help us with this? And I think the Joaquin residents have gone above and beyond with this kind of study and all the things, and they've been really engaged. I think they've done kind of the things we generally ask people to do, so I do hope that we're willing to put effort and partner with them as well.
Yeah, I agree. And when we have the parking strategies conversation, that might be a retreat type conversation. So we're going to dedicate a couple hours to that. Once we've heard their recommendations, I think we'll be in a better position to then engage this neighborhood group and try to find solutions. It's administrative. You know, a lot of this isn't administrative. I think some of it's policy too, though. We can definitely make policy changes that we'll be able to work together. But I think this is going to take a concerted effort from all of us to be able to address this. This has been decades of problems, right? This has existed for decades, and we really do need to make a concerted effort to do something about it. Otherwise, it will change. It will be decades longer of the same problems.
So with your permission, I'll just sit here and give you an overview. The fee schedule review, just some key points. Council asked the administration some time ago to review 25 fees per quarter. Currently, we are working with our office and the engineering department to review the purpose and process of every fee in there. Looking at assessing the associated costs with the fees, assessing the total revenue amounts, questioning whether we're covering our costs through the fees, comparing Provo's fees with surrounding areas' fees, and wondering as we go through this exercise, can we standardize it for future review? In other words, to make it simpler and speedier. What's been done so far is that we've met with the engineering department. We've identified the purpose of each fee, identified 4 large revenue items, and selected some cities to do the comparisons with. And what we intend to continue doing is review in depth the total cost of each fee and the following revenue, and then determine whether each fee is at the appropriate amount, compare them to the other cities, and then consider things like the demographics and the size of cities, et cetera. Determine what can be done to increase performance and efficiency, and then we're going to continue to review the fees in the Public Works Department. And in talking with Mayor Curtis and Mr. Parker, the one thing that they've asked us as we're working through the fee reviews and getting that information for you is to work with them on the scheduling of it so that they know where we're going to be and they can help collaborate on that with us. Cooperate. That's where we are right now. We're not quite ready to bring a fee review for engineering yet.
Do you feel that the council staff have the bandwidth to do what you're doing?
Yeah, we're relying a lot on our intern to do that. And we've also got him doing other things. So I think, yes, we can manage that.
You're coming back to look at the fees and the future?
As we haven't got a set date yet, but a future date, hopefully November, if not November, December, for at least for the engineering group.
Thank you.
Are we, the interns, they have enough, I want to question, enough capability to do that, right? These can be challenging.
He's not doing it alone. He's doing a lot of the information gathering alone, but I'm working with him in terms of the overall reviews and understanding what questions to ask and things like that. So he's not doing it without direction.
Okay, okay. Very good. This will be a great experiment. See how it goes. I'm like, happy about that.
This is a combined effort with the administration. It's not council.
Yeah, it's not just us.
It's just trying to aid the process so that we can get through more of the fees.
I remember other interns that did a pretty good job.
Yeah, right.
Once in a while.
He need one of the administration.
And he started off as an intern. I'm not questioning the abilities of interns.
Okay, thank you. The next item of business is a discussion on vendor selection and implementation of body-worn cameras for police officers. And this will be presented by Chief John King.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Be respect for your time, I'll have Lieutenant Brian Wilkin come up. He's a project manager, and he'll talk about a quick update. We talked to you before about the body-worn cameras, and then we'll talk about the financing of it and answer your question. So I've given a couple presentations on our body-worn camera program that we've been.
Before you start, I just want to, we need to recognize Brian as a council. He was recognized on KSL. Wasn't it? Isn't that right?
No, it was Brian.
The other Brian Taylor.
You should recognize. He was a taller, better-looking guy.
I'm sorry. I just listened to kids. What was the program? What's that?
Behind the Badge.
Behind the Badge. And with everything going on in the world and the community, I'm just so grateful for our officers and the Behind the Badge program and everything that goes on. I am grateful for all that you do in our community. It just blows me away. I'm just grateful.
Well, thank you for that. Actually, we had several of our staff recognized. Lieutenant Brian Taylor to start off with, and then two of our brand newer officers just last week from Behind the Badge for good work that they did. So I appreciate that. So with the body-worn cameras, we've been testing the different camera systems since 2013. 11 of the cameras we've tested. We have tested all of the cameras that people have, or the vendors have asked us to test. We looked at a lot of different aspects of the camera. We wanted a camera that was durable. We wanted pre-event recording so that we could go back at least 30 seconds. The camera that we want to purchase is the Taser Body, Axon Body 2, which I'm wearing right now. We wanted it to be tamper-proof, a large activation button. When officers are under stress, we don't want them trying to find a button. We want something large right here that we can activate it. The biggest thing was the ability to last the entire shift. We found a lot of the camera systems weren't lasting the entire shift. They weren't recording everything that we needed them to record. We also wanted a CAD connectivity so that the officers don't have to spend any time tagging the video. It's automatic with our CAD system that we have. This system also allows us to add pictures from cell phones or other types of cameras, and it also gives us cloud storage, and I'll go into that in just a second. We also want to know infrared capability. Currently, with the body camera systems, Provo is the largest city in Utah whose department does not have a body-worn camera system. Nearly all of Utah's top 10 cities have a system. Ogden and Lake currently are in the process. And you can see Salt Lake, West Valley, Cache County, SO, Orem, a lot of the bigger departments are all using Taser body camera. The large metropolitan departments throughout the United States, such as New York, Los Angeles, San Diego, are also using the Axon body camera for obvious reasons. There's a significant cost to the Taser over some of the other cameras that are out there. Some of the cameras, a few $100s, and you can store the video on a server. However, the Axon body camera has unlimited cloud storage. We don't touch the video. It's stored by Microsoft Azure. It's backed up. It's all guaranteed by Taser. So that eliminates the need for very much IT contribution. We just plug these cameras in, it's uploaded, tagged, and we're done with it. It also eliminates purchasing hardware or maintenance on the hardware. The CAD integration, that eliminates time for officers. There's some departments out there where officers are spending an hour or two every day tagging videos. They have to manually go in, tag them with the case number, citation, arrest, things like that, and then upload the video. So with this type of system, it eliminates that. At the end of their shift, they plug it in, it gets uploaded, everything's tagged. When they begin their shift, they simply take it, pop back on their uniform, and they're ready to go. Evidence.com, which is the video management system, it's very easy to use. It's all web-based. That way, when we need to get a video for either the prosecution, defense, or through a grandma request, it's easily redacted, and we can share that. Everything has an audit trail. So when we share that video with the prosecutor, it stamps the audit. if it's viewed by somebody, it's stamped, tagged, everything else, so that if we do have a video that ends up on YouTube, we can go back and see who viewed that video, who we downloaded a copy to, everything else, who had access to it at any time. Also, these cameras have a full warranty. We break one, we send it back, they send us a new one. They'll give us some spares so that if an officer does break one in the middle of a shift or something happens, he simply gets another one, we send it back, they send us a new camera.
How long? Is that important to you?
For the entire 5 years. And this is a 5-year contract that we're looking at. And then every 36 months, we get a full replacement for all of our hardware, the docking stations, all of the cameras and everything else. We found with this camera that this one works the best. It has the best mount. It has a magnetic mount on it. Mounts to my uniform and just wants to stay there. And this is the light mount. There's a heavier mount that is really hard to pull off. It has large buttons. It has everything that we need. So can we cut costs? It's a fairly expensive system, probably the most expensive system out there. And absolutely, we can cut costs. We can go with a cheaper camera that's going to break. We can store our own video. We can get new servers all the time. But when you start doing that, this is what happens. This is the Daily Herald. They had a state rep that talked about the law. Pleasant Grove decided that they can no longer store all of the video. If you take all of the officers at any given time, we potentially have 15, 16 or more officers on duty. Each one of those has 5 to 10 videos. You're talking a lot of video. We don't have to store that with this system. It's all cloud-based. They were storing theirs on their own server, and you can even see at the end, the state representative that sponsored the new bill, the new law that I'm going to in a second. He said the answer to rising costs is not to record fewer law enforcement encounters. Video support for our law enforcement officers is essential. And then just today there was an opinion piece in here that talks about the Pleasant Grove ceasing their use of body cameras. And it says this claim is flagrantly false when they talk about not having the funds to store the data in here. So that the citizens expect this. I don't know if anybody read the article, the initial article in the Daily Herald. There were a lot of comments, which is not very, I don't see very many comments on Daily Herald articles, but this one had a lot of comments, and everybody, it seemed like on there was against Pleasant Grove getting rid of their camera systems. So Utah law says that if we have a camera system, that we have to operate the body-worn camera in all of these law enforcement encounters. So any enforcement stop, dispatch call, even a motorist assist, if I get out to help someone change a tire, I have to activate this. So when I do that, it just creates more and more and more data. So when we have that unlimited cloud storage, we don't have to worry about how much data we're using, where that data is going to be stored, because they do it for us, they back it up for us and everything else. So can we do without these body-worn cameras? We can, but that's not what the public wants right now, it seems like. Everybody wants that video right away. Just a couple days ago in California, body-worn camera captured this image. They just released the image. They have a whole video on this where these officers shot this individual. Had this body-worn camera footage not been on this officer, this officer's word against their word about whether or not he had a weapon. They say he's unarmed, which he is, but you can tell by the manner he's holding his arms. You can't tell. Maryland, this individual was shot by officers after charging him with the officer with a knife. Well, what this doesn't show, or what you don't see here, is that they tried to de-escalate this individual for several minutes in the roadway. So the body-worn camera footage was very beneficial for the department. And then here in Arizona, individual with a gun. These are the types of things that we're going to catch on the body-worn camera. It's going to help the officers. During this 3.5-year study of the body-worn cameras, all of the officers that I spoke to really want this system. I'm a huge fan of this system of body-worn cameras. Going back to this incident here, if I go back to 2002, many of you remember that we had an officer involved shooting here in Provo at one of our motels here on 3rd South. Many witnesses at the scene told investigators and the news, which the news put this out, that officers stormed the room while these people were sleeping and shot these people while they were sleeping. Never made any announcements or anything else. that goes into the report. The Utah County Attorney reads that, and he was a little concerned that we hadn't made any announcements or said anything during this encounter. However, one of our sergeants happened to have a brand new handheld video camera that he happened to turn on, and he caught the entire encounter on video. It catches us making our announcements. It catches us telling the individual, let me see your hands, drop the gun, and that we did take the appropriate steps. So these are going to be beneficial for us. The city never saw a lawsuit from this incident here. We never saw anything from this, and I think a lot of it had to do with the camera footage that we got that night. So I'll turn the time over to Dustin, who's going to talk about some of the financial.
So this, I think, is where the difficult part of the conversation comes in, is the cost of the system over the 5-year term of the contract. The contract is specifically for this portion, the TASER system itself, which includes the initial purchase, which is only slightly above the annual payment. Largely, this is thanks to Brian Wilkin, who negotiated on behalf of the city to lower this initial purchase amount. But we did include in it an estimate of the staff time required to support the system. So we took middle of the range system analyst 2. This is a current position in our city. This is total compensation in 2017 for a system analyst, and assuming a 5% growth rate, you can see that this would be the annual compensation for a person to administer. This includes taking care of the equipment and any data requests. So for the first year, we'll need just over $205,000 in order to pay for the system. But on an ongoing basis, you can see that there's just over $200,000 that will be needed. This is just for the 5-year term, but ultimately, should we choose to renew the contract, it would be in perpetuity. So we wanted to share with you kind of a perspective of how much we would need if the council were to appropriate any money this year. It would be this $205,000, and that we would still need to identify sources of funding for the successive years. So this is not, I think, a very simple ask, but I think a very important one, which is why we've chosen to bring it to the council today. I think John Borgett's going to talk a little bit about our fund balance and how this might affect it as well.
Thank you, Dustin. As you know, we just finished the fiscal year, June 30th, and we are right now in the middle of our audit. And so these numbers are not audited numbers, but we think they're pretty close to where we're going to be. And so I just kind of want to give you a little bit of report card on where we're at. One of the ways that we measure fund balance and the way the state measures our general fund balance is what the percentage of our fund balance is of budgeted revenues. And we've had a goal as an administration and the council to hopefully reach that, be between 20 and 25, and maybe even reach 25%. And the last 3 years, in 2014, we were at 23.05%. In 2015, we were at 22.4%. And our unaudited number that we're fairly confident at right now puts us at 25.35%. And one of the primary reasons that our general fund balance has jumped or has gone up has been from some really strong community development revenues. With all of the commercial development that we've had in Provo, our community development revenues come in very strong. And then we had other revenues that supported that. And so one of the things that I've done is I went in and just kind of made an assumption that if you were to appropriate the $205,281, what would that do to general fund balance? And if you did that, that would go from the 25.35 down to the 25.94. So, excuse me, 24.94. So it goes down about almost about 0.5% at $200,000. The other thing that I would mention is that during this past fiscal year, we did a number of appropriations as well, and so it's pretty significant that we were able to increase fund balance as well as appropriate money. And as you'll remember, the primary area that we did appropriations for was for downtown improvements in our Temple Open House. We appropriated, that was for those combined were for about a little over $400,000. Then we purchased some property at Rock Canyon. We did our city center roof repair and then some rec center capital improvement. So we appropriated about $900,000, almost $1 million last year, and on top of that, we're now slightly over the state limit. I would mention that I don't think us being slightly over 25% would be a big concern to the state. I mean, if you actually rounded it, we're still at 25. But I think it's important for you to know as you look at and review this proposal that we're around our fund balance. Any questions on fund balance or how it relates to this proposal? Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions for your policy, or proposed policy. On page 5, talk about third parties acting as agents and maintaining recordable recording footage. If they would be permitted to independently access, view, or alter any footage other than to delete as required by law. How do you enforce or make sure that happens if they're in control of all of the footage by storage? Does that make sense?
Right, and that would be built into our contract that they wouldn't be able to access it. Correct. Correct. It's all encrypted. We own the data, so if at some point we decide that we no longer want to use the taser, we would be able to migrate the data into our own servers potentially at some point.
Okay. And then I have another question. On page 7, when you talk about the auditing, it looked like it was internal auditing. And is that what other police departments typically do? Are the internal audits of the video, or do they have an external audit of something? I don't know what the.
I don't know if they need to do an external audit. What we do as supervisors, we audit the video ourselves. So we will take, for my shift on day shift, I will look at 5 or 6 officers a week, look at their video for their dash cams in their cars, just to ensure that, for customer service, if there's anything that needs to be there for training, ensure that they're using it. And that's what we would use for these body cameras as well.
Okay, so it's more for training and increasing their.
Correct.
You might address, let's suppose there's a shooting. I'm not sure if that was your question, but then who decides what happens to the tape and who uses it? Was that more your question, Kim, in the day-to-day use?
Yeah, if it's your police department handling the video, and is it, I just didn't know if other departments did it that way and that was the standard practice, or if it was wise to have an outside group, another PD look at, share some of that responsibility for public. I don't even know if it's an issue.
For major issues, say we have an officer-involved shooting, yes, we would have other agencies that would review those videos. But I think this part of the portion of the policy is just for supervisor auditing, internal auditing for that customer service to make sure the officers are doing what they're supposed to do. I just take a random video out, review it, make sure the officer's being professional and doing his best, and that's kind of what this is for here.
So as I see the changing nature of law enforcement becoming more difficult and the likelihood of a lawsuit going up, this is going to potentially save us money in lawsuits going forward.
I would say yes.
Right. Now, could you also look backwards? Are there incidents in the last 5 years where if we had this in place, we would have saved money? I don't know what our...
From lawsuits?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with all the lawsuits that we've had or any in the last several years, so I can't answer that.
But, I'm just thinking that's possible.
Yeah, and actually, if I could bring up just one of the videos or the still photo we showed was of the, I say San Diego,
El Cajon.
Yeah, he knows where I do, I'm looking at it, it's California. The San Diego shooting where the suspect comes down and triangulates with the vapor thing. We actually had that about 6 months ago, last winter, where one of our officers, Rob Campbell, came to me shaken the next day. And he had a confrontation where a guy wouldn't show his hands. Rob had no shelter no cover because he went up to confront the guy. And the guy quickly drew his hands out of his pockets and pretended he had a gun. And Rob was so physically shaken 3 hours later when I talked to him and said, Chief, I want to have a camera because no one would believe me. There was no gun involved. There was no even replica gun, but this guy did this. And so it's interesting back east, some of the unions are going against cameras. All of our officers want cameras because they want to justify the actions.
Are those police assisted suicide type thing where people are trying to get police to take.
Yeah, and we do some, it's important to have this, that if we know that ahead of time, fits in our de-escalation training. So this is a very important equipment piece of our whole, looking at our use of force training and cultural awareness stuff that I think that will offer some protection for what's going on across the country.
Quickly back to your auditing, one of the things that we look at when we look at these videos, especially with new officers, we can bring that officer in, show him the video and say, what could you have done better in this situation? And it really helps build better officers by reviewing these types of things.
So three purposes probably. The investigation is a critical one, safety of officers and safety of citizens. Out of those three, where do you think the breakdown is? I mean, I'm kind of hearing and I'm thinking nationally, it's probably pretty heavy on the safety of the officer or the protection of the officer more from suits or that.
Is
that what's driving this?
It really talks about community trust. I can tell you that there's scientific data. I'm on the research committee for the International Association of Chiefs of Police. And 3 years ago, we gave our research award to the Rialto, California Police Department because with the university's research department, they actually proved that the presence of a body-worn camera reduces injuries to the officers and the suspects, reduces the amount of complaints. Everybody's behavior changes when they know they're on camera. And so there's a multifaceted. One of the things that the mayor had emphasized to me when we had just began this discussion a while ago was the value, as the lieutenant just mentioned, about using it not just for the critical incidents, but the day-to-day operation about coaching and providing feedback to the officers. Because a lot of times, if I get a complaint, it may be classified under demeanor, and we review and we said, officer, what did you say? And he tells us what he said, and the person agrees to what he said, but it may be a body language thing. And the video helps us to see some of those things are involved.
I know that there was some discussion about privacy issues with the state and when to wear them in an investigative incidents or something. Have those been resolved to your satisfaction? Are we safe enough now that?
We're definitely safe enough. We've actually, the way we vetted this policy, actually, we involved a lot of stakeholders involved in it, one of which was actually the ACLU of Utah. That really heavily emphasized the privacy factor. I think that as we go on and as the legislature reviews their state law, the law for the first year, there may be some adjustments to it because it is implementing new technology. But I think we're well within our guidelines of what's the best practices.
And as far as grandma requests, who's available? Are those basically, if somebody wanted to get it on, I want to see what happened over at my neighbor's house. Are those?
That's covered under the policy. You would have to be an involved party in this if there's a current investigation going on. And that's one of our concerns. Do we want the citizens to see what's inside their neighbor's house or just someone off the street seeing what's in somebody's house? So we've covered that in the policy to say, no, that's not going to happen.
I'm sure you've researched this to death from all the research you've done, but I'm reminded of a ULCT conference where they showed us video, at least from a body cam, and it was the man with the shovel, and that was clearly not in control, but it looked like excessive force at first because of the view of the camera. You could just hear a little scuffle, but didn't really realize what was happening, and then the guy had actually broken the officer's arm with the shovel. And I'm wondering, with these cameras that are just on your chest, do they get a wide enough scope of what's going on? Because I noticed there were some on glasses, and they probably get maybe a little better view of what you're seeing, but at the same time could probably be knocked off easily too. So I don't know if I'm sure that was part of the consideration.
It is, and that was part of our specifications. Some of the cameras have a very, very narrow field of view, and when they're mounted on the body like this, it picks up very little, except for what's in front of you. This one has about 140 degrees, so it picks up quite a bit. The problem with the point of view cameras is they have the potential to become disconnected or knocked off your head, which is what happened in the Salt Lake incident. I don't know if the camera was damaged or not. So yeah, we have looked at that, and we wanted a larger field of view, which is what we have. I can't find a perfect camera out there as far as a mounting system where you can see everything. Of course, this one here, if I put my hands out, you may block it a little bit. When it's up here, it tends to sag. The nice thing about this one is that it's mounted directly almost to my, well, it is directly to my vest. So it keeps it in a pretty straight configuration rather than pointed down or pointed up. Or, you know, if I'm looking here, what's happening here, it may not catch it. Same with this. What's happening here, and I'm looking here. So unless you have 2 or 3 cameras going, which I could see happening at some point in the future, you can't get everything. But we have looked at all of those.
And in the event that your contract is not to be renewed after the 5-year period, what happens to all of those videos?
They just delete them.
No, I'm kidding.
We're required to keep the video, and depending on the situation, the amount of time is different. So that would be our awesome IT guys would have a job on their hands of migrating that data onto our own servers or to a different server. It just depends on the situation.
Was it 3 years?
5 years.
It was 5 years that you're required to keep the video?
Oh.
I thought there was something about 3 years.
No, it depends on the situation.
Okay.
We're going with the 90 days for the state law, and then if somebody requests to have it longer, then we can go 3 years or indefinite. Some situations, say an officer involved shooting, those would be, we would hold on to those indefinitely.
I'm ready to make a motion. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the police department for what they've done. You've always done very best. And this is a small cost to the city compared to where we spend money in the city. The city's #1 responsibility is public safety and public health. And this will enhance public safety not only for the citizens, but the officers. And so I'd like to make a motion that we appropriate this money, we forward it to our next council session to appropriate the money for purchasing these body cameras.
It is scheduled for the 18th. Is that the next meeting?
So it already is scheduled.
What's that? It's already on the schedule for that meeting.
Can we indicate our support for it at this point, or do you want the council further away?
Now, what are your thoughts? You need to make a decision right now, or do you want to?
One question, it's scheduled to be on the meeting, is it on the meeting to be voted on and approved and put in place? I mean.
Right, and the one, to Mr. Stewart's point, the one advantage today though is they've just presented to you that there's multiple options out there. And if you give them a little bit of guidance that this is the option that you intend to be in the ordinance that's presented to you in 2 weeks, that gives them staff some guidance about what documents to prepare for that.
That was my intent.
That's George Wilson, all set.
So, any discussion on the motion? Yeah, because in that meeting, there will be a public hearing. It is an appropriation, so we'll hear from public. But yeah, this would give them direction on which to go. So, any discussion? Those in favor? Thank you for voting unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. The next item is a report and continued conversation regarding the balance of private solar energy generation consumption. And actually, you know what, let's take a 10-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break and then come to the solar discussion. I think this is going to be
I've asked the staff to give us a trigger aid so we can go
okay.
Yeah, Exhibit A wasn't included in our documents.
Yep, thank you. Item number 5 is a report and continued conversation regarding the balance of private solar energy generation, consumption, and net metering alternatives. And we will first hear from Kate Bowen, Utah Clean Energy representative. And just please state your name through the microphone so they can.
Sure. Kate Bowman with Utah Clean Energy. Thanks for having me. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's unusual to see a council on schedule and ahead of schedule, so I'm impressed. And for anyone who may not have been here 2 weeks ago when I spoke very briefly, I'm with Utah Clean Energy. We're a nonprofit organization. We work on policy and regulatory issues related to clean energy and energy efficiency. And we work with policymakers, regulators, and local governments to help negotiate the transition to a future with more clean energy resources. So do I have oh, there we go. I was asked to cover the topic of cost-benefit analyses related to solar. It's a kind of a type of study that's being used to evaluate the long-term benefits of rooftop solar. And so I'm planning to talk about a cost-benefit study. And one point I'd like to make right up front is that a cost-benefit study is different from a cost-of-service study, which is similar to the one that's already been presented to the council. And they both provide valuable information that can help you think about how solar resources interact with your utility and make decisions. They provide different pieces of information, but they're both valuable to provide a piece of the picture to help inform your utility policy. And something else that there's commonly misconceptions about that I sort of wanted to address is to talk about how Provo Power, like other utilities, has interconnection rules in place that are designed to require solar customers to pay for any upgrades to the distribution system that are associated with their solar installation when it goes in. So if a solar installation goes in, and this is particularly common when it's the 4th, 5th, 6th solar installation in the neighborhood, sometimes the upgrades to, for example, the transformer required to safely connect and reliably connect that installation to the system. And when that's the case, the solar customer is required to pay the cost of those infrastructure upgrades. They have to make that decision, factored into their payback and decide, whether or not they want to go forward. So I did notice that Provo Power does have, interconnection rules that protect other customers from those costs associated with physically connecting that new solar installation to the network. And so something else I wanted to cover is when we talk about solar energy, we're kind of talking about two kinds of energy. There's the energy that is produced on site by the solar panels and then actually consumed right there at the home. When somebody's home, they're using energy. And that solar consumed on site never actually reaches the utility meter. It's produced and consumed on site. It's never recorded in any way. And in that way, it's really a lot like efficiency. It's like when somebody puts in LED bulbs or decides to buy an Energy Star refrigerator. What they're really doing is they're avoiding purchasing energy from the utility by producing their own energy on site. So it's very different from the energy that's exported to the grid. So it isn't to say you shouldn't think about the long-term implications of solar customers and customers who want to be more efficient using less energy and what that means, but it's very fundamentally different from the energy that actually registers at the meter. When somebody is not home and their solar panels are producing energy, the electricity does register at the meter, it goes out to the grid, it goes to serve the nearest load wherever there's other customers in the neighborhood using energy. And the way net metering works is, I'm sure everyone knows, that solar customer gets a kilowatt hour per kilowatt hour credit for the energy. So there's a fundamental difference between that energy they're using to avoid purchasing energy from the utility and the energy they're exporting that the utility is then providing them with a kilowatt hour credit for. And the percentage of energy that people export is going to vary from person to person. It's going to depend widely on the size system they choose to install, whether they're home during the day when their system's producing. But the costs and the benefits associated with these two kind of kilowatt hours of energy are fundamentally different. And I wasn't able to tell from the information presented how the proposed per kilowatt hour charge was calculated, but something I commonly see is that these charges are calculated without recognizing the difference between the energy consumed on site and the energy exported. They're calculated assuming that 100% of the energy is exported to the grid in exchange for credits. And if it's calculated that way, you can actually be charging customers for the energy that they're producing, consuming on site that never really sees the utility, passes the utility meter. So I think it's a really important distinction to understand, and to understand how your average solar customers are using energy. So the way I try to think of a cost of service study versus a cost benefit study is that a cost of service study is sort of like balancing your checkbook. It looks at the real-time costs that utility has incurred to provide service to customers, and then the revenue that the utility is collecting from customers. And the goal is to really true up the two of those to ensure that each customer is paying utility rates that are aligned with the cost of serving them. And when there are, over time, misalignments as some customers start using certain types of customers, maybe there are more of them or they're using more energy, other customers are using less energy, you true that up to make sure that each customer is paying their fair cost for the cost of serving their customer class. So it's backwards looking. It doesn't look into the future to sort of anticipate long-term trends or capture future benefits. A cost-benefit study is a tool for long-term planning. So it's used to compare solar to other potential utility investments and understand how choices made today will impact the long-term costs of serving customers, not next year, but 10, 15, 20 years into the future. So they both provide different sets of information that are important to understand, both how your customers are using energy and being charged for energy today, and then also what are the choices that you can make in the future to keep rates down in the long term, to choose paths that will ultimately invest in resources that will ultimately be less costly in the long term, and keep rates low in the future. And so they're, I think, both very important tools to inform rate design. A number of states have completed cost-benefit studies to look forward and try and understand long-term what the costs and benefits of rooftop solar will be. And it's very important to consider the underlying assumptions that go into the study. This is a long list of the different categories of costs and benefits that are often considered in these studies. And I'm only going to focus on a few of them. There's widespread differences between the studies, and so it is, when you're looking at any given study from a particular state, it's important to keep in mind it depends on a lot of data that's specific to that utility, that service district, that state, and so it's a big caveat when looking at these studies. But I think it's still important to understand, how as a tool they can be used. So this is from a review by the Rocky Mountain Institute, as is this slide, and this is a few years old, but it shows about a dozen different cost-benefit studies. And again, I don't want to go into the details, but just to say that it sort of demonstrates the variety across the board. You can see there's some categories of costs or benefits. So for example, energy costs that are pretty straightforward to calculate. Two of these utilities have chosen to include the blue bars below the axis. They chose to include the cost of the PV infrastructure itself. So it's as if the utility is purchasing. This might have been a case where a utility was evaluating purchasing PV themselves for their own resource. But you can see they each have looked at different categories of benefits, which have added up to help paint a total picture of here are the costs associated with this resource over the long term, and here are the benefits. And the yellow stars show the average local retail rate. So again, you can see there's a lot of variation. Some states or some utilities found that the benefits associated with PV outweighed or were higher than the actual average local retail rate that they were crediting customers with. Others found that the value was lower than the retail rate, and some variety in between. So to show a study with a little more specific to Utah, this is a study completed by Clean Power Research in 2014. And some of this data used is probably at this point a little out of date. And I really just want to use it as an illustration to show how this approach to understanding the potential long-term benefits of solar can work. The categories looked at here, you can see there were many fewer categories that are, theoretically possible to include in these types of studies. But the categories considered were the fuel value, so the cost of the fuel required to, or the fuel that was avoided by solar generation, the costs associated with avoided operations and maintenance of a power plant. So if a power plant is running less frequently because there's more solar energy on the grid, there's some operations and maintenance costs associated with that. The generation capacity value, so this is the long-term potential of solar to offset or to defer new power plants in the future. And again, it depends on every utility and when you're planning to next make an investment in a power plant, but building a power plant's a big endeavor, so to the extent that you can defer it or avoid it or build a smaller power plant because over the years you've slowly added solar to the grid, there's benefits associated with that help keep costs down for all customers. Avoided transmission and distribution capacity cost. If you're producing energy closer to the sources where it's being used, you may be able to avoid some potential upgrades to the transmission and distribution infrastructure. As energy use grows, you may be able to avoid investments that you would have otherwise had to make because you're producing added sources of energy that are close to those areas that are in need of it. Avoided environmental cost. This is one I want to highlight. There's a lot of different ways that these studies have looked at environmental or social or health benefits. In this specific study, it was numbers taken from Rocky Mountain Power's long-term resource planning process, where they specifically estimate what they think the cost of complying with future regulations will be. So it's not kind of a broader environmental or social cost, it's the actual costs that utility is estimating Rocky Mountain, in this case Rocky Mountain Power, will incur in the future based on policy or regulatory directions that they receive. And a fuel price guarantee value. So that once you've made an investment in rooftop solar, the fuel's free. So the value of avoiding future cost fluctuations in the price of energy, whether that's the costs that are incurred because the utility is purchasing long-term contracts to try and stabilize the price of energy, or variations in the price of energy in the future that will then be passed on to consumers. So those are I think the most basic categories that are included in most of these cost-benefit analyses. And sort of to show the breakdowns and the results, again, this is from 2014, data's about different utility, somewhat out of date, although I would like to point out that Rocky Mountain Power's residential system peak is, I believe, similar to Provo Power's in that it's in the early to late evening hours. But their overall system peak is earlier in the day. So when you look at residential customers alone, they do have a similar system peak, early evening hours, but when you include other customers in the mix, the system peak is typically earlier in the day. So you can see they came up, with these 6 categories of benefit. With Clean Power Research in the study came up with a total value of a benefit of about 11.6 cents per kilowatt hour. That's roughly comparable with the average cost of energy purchased from Rocky Mountain Power. So it's sort of an illustration of these different potential categories of benefit that when you look long-term, can really provide long-term savings for customers. And then one kind of final thing that's important to think about when looking at these studies is the importance of using time-correlated data. So that is to say, rather than looking at a sample solar profile and an estimated average utility customer usage profile, it's really important to look at the actual historical data from a day, and you want to look at the data from the same day of actual solar generation from September 15th, 2015, for example, and actual customer usage that day. And that's because there's correlation between peak loads and solar generation. Peak loads on utilities in Utah tend to be in the summer on hot days when everybody's got their air conditioning running, those also tend to be really good days for solar generation. Cloudy days when it's raining and solar's not producing very well tend to not be the utility's very peak days. So there's correlation between solar generation and those really expensive times when electricity is more expensive or when the utility has to build for that peak. And so if you don't look at time correlated data, you're kind of missing out on that relationship. And so this did look at time correlated data, and it's an important part of that analysis. So, the key takeaways I want to make are that when you're setting rates, the challenge is to really understand all the information that you have, understand too what information you still would like to get about how customers are using energy, and choose a rate design that's fair and in the best long-term interests of utility customers. And so by being overly concerned with short-term rate impacts, I think what these studies show is that there's the potential to miss out on long-term benefits that you could access for all customers that would bring system costs down if customers continue to invest in solar energy in a way that's beneficial to the utility. So there's a balance between understanding what's happening now and looking into the future to understand how you can think proactively to ensure that you're able to keep costs down for all customers in the long term. The very last slide, I have links to a few of the studies that I referenced and some studies that have a little more information and provide, I think, a good review of the cost-benefit analyses out there. That's all I've got. Happy to take questions if anybody has any.
So most solar panels are designed and installed facing south.
Mm-hmm.
But they're around Provo, it seems like the peak demand is maybe 5 to 7 at night. And that is when southern facing panels are just not producing much at all. And if they were facing west, the studies show that they'd be more in line with actually the peak demand and load, but they would produce somewhat less over the day. And that's probably why people choose to do south rather than west. But the west is the one that would actually be beneficial, be more of a win-win for the power company.
Sure. And some people will choose to install them west facing, but typically only if they have to, because as you said, the total number of kilowatt hours they can produce over a day, will be higher if they're installed facing south. It's slightly lower if they're installed facing west. So people will do it, but typically it's if they don't have south facing roof. And I mean, you're right, they would produce energy longer into the day, as long as they're not somewhere that's shaded.
So on one of your slides, you mentioned that if the solar is being used locally, it doesn't have to go back to
the meter.
What's that?
The meter or the grid.
Yeah, it's going back. Yeah, so you would save money on the wear and tear, I guess is what you're saying, or wear and tear of the grid. You still are required to have the capacity. So it doesn't really take away the capacity cost, it just takes away maybe some wear and tear. Is that what you were getting at with the reduced cost?
Yeah, sure, exactly. So and it's, I think in this case, it was more looking at potential to defer or avoid upgrades. So as a neighborhood grows and, there's more customers, more people using energy, people are using more energy, periodically at some point in the future will have to upgrade the distribution system to account for that. And so if you are able to balance that with solar, which is, one, essentially helping customers be more efficient. It means that the customers in that location are using less energy from the grid because they're using it directly from their own solar panels, or, use that energy locally. There's potentially value to deferring those upgrades. that would otherwise be necessary.
So in an expanding neighborhood, if I was going to have to upgrade the grid, you have to think worst case, the cloudy day, the 5 o'clock in the afternoon or 6 o'clock when the panels really aren't producing because they're facing south. So unless you can shave off the actual peak demand, you still have to build the grid to that level.
Sure, and solar will contribute to some extent to the earlier hours of that peak. And I think the other important thing to remember is, and look at, is whether your residential peak is the same as the peak for your other customer classes. Commercial customers tend to peak during the day when office buildings are occupied, and so to consider that the system peak may be earlier in the day, and so the solar may be, contributing to that commercial system peak. And that's something that's just important to look at and to consider. And, on a neighborhood level, there are really not very many states that have found that there's enough solar on the grid that it's causing kind of infrastructure problems. It takes a much higher percentage of solar on the grid to really be causing these grid reliability issues that, I think you hear about in the news in Hawaii or California. Partly because, interconnection rules require solar customers to pay the costs. If there are costs at the time when they put in their solar installation that need to be incurred on the grid, like upgrading the transformer is a really common one, then the solar customers are required to pay that so that it's not spread to other customers.
Earlier in the peak isn't a correct description. Peak is peak. And so it peaks at some point and it's not during the day when solar is generating. It's later in the day when it is there. So we have to build infrastructure to the peak demand in a residential area, peak demand in the city. And it isn't, you really can't say, I don't believe, to use the earlier part of the peak. A peak is a peak. It's when it actually hits the top. So we have to build infrastructure that way.
Sure, and I'm referencing that different customer classes peak at different times of day.
Well, there's no question about that, but we have to look at the total peak in our city.
Sure.
When it occurs.
I think they're both important to understand.
The other thing is the degradation to the grid. You said isn't really a big problem right now, but when you add much more solar to the grid, we're not sure what's going to happen. Particularly with net metering and putting power back on the grid. When I was at the National Power Conference, they were very concerned because we don't know what it's doing to the grid. And as we add more and more solar, it could affect the grid in a negative way. And you're saying, well, it doesn't affect it now, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't affect it in the future.
Sure, I agree. And in many ways, we're fortunate that there's other states that are far ahead of us that are looking at how to solve those grid reliability issues. And, that's something that I really need an engineer to, fully explain. But I know, for example, in Hawaii, they, and many utilities do have arbitrary thresholds at which net metering is actually no longer allowed. So for a given circuit, once the amount of solar on that given circuit reaches a certain percentage of the total load overall, solar installations will not be allowed any longer. Rocky Mountain Power has screening tools like that that are used to decide whether or not a given circuit can handle additional capacity. Hawaii had, and they're set conservatively because we don't want to create grid reliability issues without really understanding what we're doing. So they're typically set very conservatively. Hawaii had one of these, and they reached their cap. No one was allowed to install solar anymore. They sat down, they took a detailed engineering look at the circuits where they were having problems. And they decided to double the capacity. They looked at it, they realized there were no problems. They said, let's double it, see what happens when we get there, and continue to evaluate it and watch. So I think we're fortunate that there are so many states that are already tackling these issues and looking at things like new generations of inverters that can provide services that support the grid. Some Hawaii and California are actually starting to require that people install these inverters. They're not much more expensive than your standard inverter, and they provide services that help to standardize the voltage and fluctuation of the grid. So there's a lot happening on that front.
But we don't have those in our grid right now. So we could be degrading the grid and not knowing it.
Mr. Wood, didn't you have a comment?
I think she's
She
answered.
answered it, okay, Mr. Stewart.
Just a question, I'm curious, in Hawaii, what was the approximate penetration level when they hit that first cap and decided that it was okay to double it?
So this is where an engineer would help, but it was, I believe it was 125% of peak daytime load. It was 125%, and I believe it was a peak daytime load. So you look at, what is the peak load during the day when the solar is generating, and then look at the amount of solar that's on the grid. And when the potential solar capacity reaches 125% of the peak daytime load, that was the threshold at which they require that you do some sort of infrastructure upgrade or you can install. And they doubled that, and we're able to continue adding solar installations.
Do you have any idea what percentage of customers that would translate into? Just
Hawaii has, in neighborhoods, 20% of customers have solar, and in California, it's 5 to 10%. But in Hawaii in particular, there are neighborhoods that have 20% or more. Hawaii has very expensive electricity, so it's been cost effective for a long time there. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. We'll now invite Larry Walters. Dr. Walters to present as our citizen voice in this community.
Thank you. It's good to be with you again. I'm here in two capacities. First, I am here as a solar customer in Travis Falls worst case scenario. And then I'm also here as a member of the Budget Committee. And I want to make comments from both of those perspectives if I could. I want to talk first of all about my experience as a solar user and how, if I understand the proposals and the Berg report correctly, how each of those would affect my bill personally. And then I want to address some broader issues. This is my usage for the past 12 months. In this column, this is how much my system has actually generated in kilowatt hours. My total usage, and then my net usage. So this is what the city is actually billing me for. And you can see that in a number of months, I generated more than I used. Actually, depending upon where you start and stop, over the course of the 12-month period, I generally generate about what I use. So this 428 kilowatt hours for the year is actually high for me. At the current energy rates, this is the calculated bill. So for the year, my energy cost would be about $39. Adding in the customer service charge and ignoring all of the taxes and other fees, my electric bill for the year was $118. I want you to bear that number in mind, okay? Now, one of the things to note is that, as Kate pointed out, this is my production and this is my usage. So you can see even in months when I am generating more than I use, the majority of the power stays in my house. I use it on site. So based on yes?
Can I, if you go back, now if you look at it as a monthly total, that may be true, that you consumed a majority of power that you produced. But if you look at it at an instantaneous time, there's time where you're putting up onto the grid, and then there's time that you're pulling it down.
Absolutely.
But that's different. That instantaneous, whether or not it's going onto the grid or being pulled down, is different than the monthly total. Where
Sure. Okay. Yeah. And I will tell you that there's one thing that has brought a smile to my face every time I go out and look. Since I installed this, is when that meter is spinning backwards, but that isn't all the time by any means.
So how would you use your excess power if you didn't have the grid?
It wouldn't.
So the grid is absolutely necessary.
Well, my system won't work without the grid.
Right.
My inverters will turn off if the power goes down.
So if the grid isn't sustained properly through proper rates, then what happens?
I have every confidence that Provo City will find a way to sustain the grid through proper rates.
That's what we're trying to do.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that claim, because I'm gonna get to so when I put my budget hat on, I have some things to say about that. Okay. Remember again, the $118. Based on the Bird study, this is what my system is actually costing the city. The fixed costs are $217. Now here, I have to point out that I'm departing somewhat from the Bird study. The Bird study included the general fund transfer as a fixed cost, and I don't think that's reasonable. I understand that that's a matter of city policy. You've done that. You're going to continue to do that. That's fine. But I think it's inappropriate to call it a fixed cost. The fixed costs, other than that, $217 for the year. Energy costs, given the average cost of acquiring power, about $23. Adding in the general fund transfer, my system costs the city about $347 a year, compared to the $118 that I'm actually paying. So I'm not paying my own way. How would this change under the proposals put forward in the Burke proposal? Going to the minimum recommended cost of $26.95 a month, plus the energy charge would raise it to about $350. $288 per installed kilowatt would take to about $320. The only one that I'm not sure I understood completely, because the numbers are so different, is the feed-in tariff, which I think would only raise the bill to about $142. So that'd be well short of what the costs are. So I may well have misunderstood that particular alternative. But all of these are going to get the city much closer to what I'm actually costing the city. Now this is a fairly complicated graph. Let me explain it. This is a 24-hour period. And I've looked at what my system is actually producing at a point mid-December. That's this really jagged line. Cloud covers, short days. I don't generate a lot of power. When the sun does shine, I do okay, but I don't do it for very long. You know, the days are quite short and the cloud covers are fairly common. But by mid-March, I'm producing power at a good percentage of the time, and my peak is pretty close to my system capacity. And mid-June, it looks the same. Mid-September, it looks about the same as it does in mid-March. The other line that's here is an estimate of what my demand is. Now, I base that estimate since I don't really have any idea what my demand is, because I don't have a demand meter on it. But this is a demand profile that came out of PG&E's work in California. And I've adjusted it so that it reflects my total average consumption during the day. And if that's my total consumption and this is the pattern of my peak of my demand, then my peak demand comes in here at somewhere around 2 kilowatts. And notice that does happen during the 5 to 7 period. But when that happens, even as late as 6 o'clock at night, I'm producing half of that power on site. So I am shaving demand. And this is true from mid-March, at least through mid-September. As of the end of, I just got my report for the month, and in September, as late as the 25th, 26th, the profile looked like this mid-March profile. So I think it's fair to say that there is some reduction in demand for the city as a result of at least my system. And if we talk about what's happening in the summertime, I can tell you where most of this additional power is going that I'm not using. It's into my next door neighbor's air conditioners. Now, I don't have air conditioning for a variety of other reasons, but anyway, yes, sir.
Finding this fascinating. Thank you very much. If you were to subtract your curves from your demand curve, I think you would find that your peak would shift a little bit later in the day, but you would still, right where you're at about 2 kilowatt hours, you would find that, yeah, now move 2 inches to the right, about there. If you subtract your production from your demand, you would find you'd still be at 1.8, 1.7. Absolutely. So there is a small shaving, but your peak is still.
But for the first half of that, there's a fairly significant shaving. But you're right, I'm not disputing the fact that there comes if this is an accurate picture of my demand, there comes a point at which my system is producing virtually nothing, but it's much later in the day than has been suggested. It's after 6 o'clock, because I'm, in the summertime in particular, I'm producing power into 8:30 at night. And at 6:30, 7 o'clock, I'm still producing a significant amount of power. Please.
So I can see how there's a overlap, but until the power company actually sees the overall peak demand for your house and the system, because like at, let's say 7:35 or 7:45, when you're totally gone and the demand is still there, that we have to build the system for that peak demand.
I don't dispute that, man. Not at all. Okay, let me switch gears now. Let me talk about it from the budget perspective. I think this whole discussion around solar is a distraction. And I think it's a distraction because the BIRD study didn't look just at solar customers. It looked at all the residential customers, looked at all customer classes, but we're focusing on residential today. And it found that as a class, not just solar, but all residential users as a class weren't paying their way. And the reason for that is illustrated in this chart. I've got two lines here. The green line represents the cost to the system of different levels of usage. And I'm ignoring issues of demand because there is no demand charge in a residential bill. But as your usage goes up, the cost of the city goes up. Okay? The other straight line that's here adds in the general fund transfer. And then the red line represents the revenue generated for the city. And I've divided the users into three categories. This first category down here are people for whom the amount that we're being billed is below the actual cost to the city. And then in group two, the amount that we're being billed is more than what we're costing the city, but it's not enough to cover the general fund transfer. And then group three are the people that are paying the transfer and subsidizing other customers. Now, I'm clearly in group one. There's no, I'm way down here. And it may be the case that many solar customers are. I don't know. But the question really is how many residential customers are in each one of those categories. And that, I think, is pretty telling.
to subsidize basically lower income people on with their power. And transfer that to some of the higher users and those that could possibly pay it more. And if we as a community have decided that, that's fine. But what you're suggesting right now is we're treating them all the same. That would probably raise the cost of those people that have lower incomes, that are consciously using less because they can't afford it. And the other people would get a little bit of break, some of the heavier ones.
It's true that if you took the approach that I've suggested, your large users would see a slight reduction in their bill, and the smaller users would see a significant increase. Now, to the extent that you can argue that all small users are poor.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
I mean, that seems to me it's a pretty crude tool for providing some economic assistance to poor people.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying there, but that's kind of where we, as a community, I think is this.
And we have subsidized other activities for which we charge user fees as well. So the council can certainly choose to continue to subsidize. But if you're going to continue to subsidize a large group of customers and isolate one other group of customers who are also small users, and remove them, ask them to pay the full freight, then you have to ask, is that really fair?
I understand.
Is it fair to charge 8 and 12? I'd say charge 10 and 12, excuse me.
I'm sorry, charge 10 to 12?
Well, lower users are charged 8 cents, then you get 10 cents kilowatt hour, then you get 12 cents. Is that fair?
I think it is. And the reason it is because, one, we want to encourage people to conserve on their energy use, and by making it more expensive to be a large user, that seems to me to be a reasonable policy choice.
But it isn't okay to subsidize the smaller users by...
I'm not saying it's not okay. All I'm saying is if you choose to subsidize 24% of your users, don't exclude 180 because they went a slightly more energy efficient direction.
What happens when it becomes not 150 but 3,000 or 4,000, Larry?
Then my policy recommendation is raise your monthly charge, get it up where it covers the fixed costs. That's the policy prescription that seems to me to be most reasonable.
So for me, there's two parts to this. There's the fixed cost that we talk about, and then the way we've structured it with the current $6, that's just a token amount compared to the roughly 27. And we're
1812 plus the transfer.
Yeah.
Add it in.
But since we're all stockholders and shareholders, to me,
But companies don't consider dividends a fixed cost.
No, but the costs of providing police, fire, and everything else in the general fund is a fixed cost, and that's how we're paying for it. We're all in this together.
Again, I'm not, the discussion about whether or not the transfer should be there is a discussion for another day.
Right, so we have chosen by our model to get most of our fixed costs paid for by people buying product. And it's the profit off that product that gets plowed back into pay for everything. And yes, also to go to the general fund. So yes, we could change our model so that we don't care how much you use and just try to recoup it off of everybody and not worry about recouping it off of sales. But the model has been, like any other business, the sales provide the profits.
But I think that if I understand the thrust of the Berg study, this rate analysis was to argue that we really ought to be recovering more of the fixed costs from in our base charges. It puts you on a more solid financial footing, I think.
Well, but it depends on who you're dealing with. The biggest users and purchasers of our energy are the ones really floating the boat. And it turns out that's not just the bigger homes, but it's the businesses.
Yeah, they're not in this analysis at all. This is strictly residential customers.
And because that study showed that the residential customers go in the hole $2 million a year are subsidized by the business.
Right. It showed that your business and your large users are overcharged and your residential are undercharged. And we're not talking about reducing the charges for those big customers. We're simply saying what's fair among residential users. Please.
Just a clarifying question, there seems to be a little concern here that this model might reduce our general fund transfer, but if I'm understanding this right, you're saying this will produce the same amount of general fund transfer.
That's right, that's 11% right there.
Right, and it will, if I'm understanding it right, this would actually be more robust and resilient because you're spreading more of that fixed cost in the base rate. So less of what we're depending on is subject to fluctuation.
Right. If everybody in Provo gets religion and gets really energy efficient and cuts down on their usage, the power department's got a problem now. Under this model, that would be just fine.
As I understand this also, we were talking at one time about $42,000 for the change in our total revenues. If we do go something like this, we're over at 800. We're close to 800,000 on a fixed cost basis.
When we looked at the minimum bill pay, because that's what
this sounds like to me, a minimum bill pay.
Councilman Harding was suggesting increasing the base pay for all customers at $27. So I just looked to see what the rate, if we did that, what would be. It would be a $800,000 increase, basically, just on the base rate if we did that. So there was an increase because there are the lower using the energy users on the low level are being subsidized by those at the higher level.
But the other part of this is that you reduce your energy charges.
And that's what we'd have to do is somehow reduce. We'd have to reschedule all our energy charges to balance that out. I understand that.
Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that I understood something, and it has to do with what you were just talking about. So since your proposal is to increase the base charge and reduce the rate, when you reduce the rate, doesn't that reduce the rate at which the credit is being given and reduce the discrepancy between?
Yes, it does.
Am I right in thinking your bill, if we go back to your bill would increase by approximately $18 a month?
Yes,
Yeah,
because it would end up at around $350 a year from the 118 where it now is. Yes.
It's pretty close to those other.
It is. I mean, and that's the way it was intended, because I mean, what I've done here is try to use the Berg analysis to say, okay, how can we treat everybody the same way and put the system on a sound basis? So this proposal is not just for you solar customers; it's for all residential users would have this kind of a change, please.
So 41, going from 54 to $41 on the energy charge.
For 600 kilowatt hours, yes.
So
I think that's around 6.6 cents a kilowatt, something like that.
and that's going to be a 20% difference, or it's a significant difference there.
It's the same number like that Mr. Burke used, yes.
So what would that do to your model? Because you're not just paying more on your base charge, you're getting paid less for the energy you.
That's correct.
And you figured that in.
Yeah, so again, my bill is gonna end up at around $350 a year, give or take $10, I would think, please.
Travis, would that mean that we wouldn't credit back the amount of money for municipal taxes, sales taxes? Will our billing system handle that? What if he was generating enough power to go into a negative? Our billing would still subtract from those different taxes?
Yeah, instead of getting the higher energy rate, he'd get the lower energy rate as the payback.
I understand it's lower, but would it be lower enough that he wouldn't even be these credits he's getting out?
Okay, that's a problem with your current billing system, which I understand is gonna be fixed in any event. I mean, I haven't talked about how these taxes work on my current bill, but right now, when I go negative and I get a credit on the power side, I also get a credit on the tax side, which shouldn't be.
That's not gonna be fixed for 18 months?
I'm hoping that's fixed sooner than that. I think Karen's got a workaround with that right now. She's getting close, so.
That's really unfair.
It is, I agree. And I pointed that out to Travis some months back, so.
Some 3 years ago.
I think he was the one that brought it to our attention. Mr.
It has to be like, it'd be interesting to see
yours is one bill, and that's what you have to reflect on. But it'd be interesting to see this evaluation modeled across 100 bills, randomly through the system to see how it works. Because that you'll capture different incomes in different areas of the town and in different housing situations. But it sounds to me like this could be a start of a place to start. I think that's what you're proposing, is a place to start to rebalance, make sure that the power company has what it needs, and you still keep solar generation as a possibility for those who want it, albeit the industry, and the industry reps are at the back, the industry would have to figure out how to make it pencil out in order to sell more solar panels.
If you use this approach, and I haven't shown you the numbers, but I did calculate them, and I put solar on this house that generates 80% of their 600 kilowatt usage, that $80 would go to $40. It's still advantageous to have solar if you go to the proposed model there. It's not as advantageous as the current, but it's still a good idea. George,
One of
sorry.
the problems is solar customers now are being sold a bill of goods because they're being told they're gonna maybe go to zero. I see them tearing up the bills on the TV commercials. How do we solve that issue in the short term? Do you have any ideas?
How do you fix unscrupulous sales techniques?
Well, but we contribute to it because right now our current rate structure gives them the advantages to sell. And every day we have our current rate structure, more and more people are going to be caught in that net.
That may be, but George, again, I think it's fair to say, as far as I understand, I'm still the worst case scenario in town. I'm one of the few people who actually generate more than I use. So if anybody could tear up their bill, I could. I'm still paying over $118 a year.
Well, I know you are, and that's what our solar people would tell the customers. They don't tell them that.
Please.
When you go back, you say that'll be $40 a year, so that basically they're gonna eliminate, the only one that I can see that we would really like to eliminate then would be the energy charges, that $41 there.
But as soon as you reduce this, you're also reducing all of these fees that are based on the percentage of that.
That's a concern for me as we go forward. But I do understand that as long as the base charge stays the same, I guess that's probably what I'm considering what is fair.
I mean, the use tax, the sales tax, the general fund fee are based on a percentage of sales. So if the total, if this part goes down, yes, those numbers will go down. But that's because that's the way it's set up.
Well, the transportation fee won't.
Right, the transportation fee and the telecom debt charge won't. Hopefully someday they'll go away. Hopefully someday we'll stop charging taxes on it. But
2023. Asked Justin last night.
Yes, sir.
So you've broken out the general fund contribution, but the sales tax, the municipal sales tax, that ends up in the general fund?
Yes, sir.
And the sales tax, how much of that goes into the general fund?
All of it.
So we are losing our capability as a city, as our sales go down, our ability to pay our bills as a city also goes down.
And we got to recognize that. I mean, we're doing that with the gas efficient cars also.
Is it any different than if I go out and buy Energy Star appliances and put some fluorescent light bulbs in my house? I'm reducing my energy use, I'm reducing my bill. Or if I start getting really efficient with my water system, if I replace my grass with rocks and stop watering my lawn, the water department's going to suffer. No question about that. But that seems to me to be a somewhat different issue.
So it seemed like one of the focuses of your analysis here was the cost of the city to provide the grid and the structure that you're using was $347?
Yes, sir.
And so you've come back with a proposal saying at $350 you will be paying your fair share.
Yes. And this proposal would be fair because it covers the city's direct costs, it covers the energy costs, it generates the funds that transfer to the general fund. What it does, though, is because it impacts all of the residential customers, it will reduce the bill for the large users, it will increase the bill for the small users, and if that's not acceptable, then we may need to figure out some other way to help those small users, but I think it's a pretty crude tool to assume that all small users are economically challenged. Please.
That was actually where I was going to go with my comment is, so we make this change, increase the base, lower the energy use charge. We're lowering the cost for the high users, and we're increasing the cost of low. And I agree with you. It's a crude tool to assume that all high users are affluent and all low users are economically challenged. It's crude, but over a generalization, it is partly true. So now we're eliminating that. You just pointed it out, perhaps we would need to then consider, how do we offset that for the people that this truly would cause a hardship on, how do we, and I'm not necessarily asking you, but it's something that we should consider, how do we address that? If we have, a widow on fixed income that has been enjoying the subsidization of her fixed charges, and no one will have that. That's something that needs to be considered.
I think if we thought we've heard from solar customers, let's try this. In effect, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5,000 customers.
Closer to 10 or 15,000. But it is thousands of customers.
Just a couple of quick comments. First of all, as far as the 2 or 3 or 4,000 solar customers, I just learned last week that our HUMPA contract actually has a cap on how many solar customers we can have. It's
5%.
5% right now. So unless the board, I guess they have an option to raise it to 10%. So I just want to make sure everyone was aware of that. The other thing is ignoring policy considerations for a minute and even solar for a minute. If we're just talking about fairly distributing fixed costs, this model seems superior to me. Also, if we're concerned about the financial stability of Provo Power and about the financial stability about the revenue stream to the city, this model seems superior and more robust to me. So I think we ought to at least consider this, or at least maybe looking partly in this direction. It's very valuable.
Thank you. Hope was helpful.
Yes, thank you. Travis Paul.
Great, thank you.
Invite you to the podium now.
Thank you, Dr. Walters. He's my economics teacher at BYU, I have to say. I got an A in his class. First off, I just want to say, I've got Dave Burke here, who's kind of the expert in this on the utility side, so I don't want to, I'm probably going to delay doing this discussion, kind of turn some time over to him, and then if we want to go, because a lot of the things that you guys have gone through, we've had a good discussion on that. In the end, maybe I'll go to the end. I do want to say that doing that proposal, you're going to significantly increase rates for a big portion of the population. So, do you want to start? Do you want to do your time, and then if we have time, I'll finish it.
I would also just.
Okay. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Dave. This is Dave Burke, who did the study. Do you want to use the blackboard?
Yeah, actually, if I would. Good afternoon. This is what they call a quickie meeting. I flew in from Minneapolis, and I'm going back home again tonight. But thank you for the beautiful weather. It's actually almost exactly the way it is at home in Minneapolis. What I'd like to do, so I heard the young lady talking about solar and also the gentleman here, and I scribbled down some notes that I think it's important for me to address some of the things that you've heard in just the last half hour or so. So the first thing I'd like to address is relative to the first presentation that you heard relative to solar. And a few things that I think are really important relative to cost of service and rate design, which I was here previously and had presented the results of the study. And perfect, thank you. One thing I'd like to address, and actually both of the speakers commented about, if you have solar, right, and you're self-generating, it's very similar to energy efficiency because I'm going to use less energy on a total basis from what you see. But there is, from a cost of service perspective, there's a very critical differential between energy efficiency and self-generating with solar that's very important relative to the cost to serve. And I'm an engineer, not an artist, so bear with me. But let's just say this is my load curve for a day, okay? So let's just say that's my load curve for a day in my home. Now let's say I do a lot of actual energy efficiency, more insulation, better high efficiency appliances, putting in more efficient lighting, etc. This is a tad simplified, but in general, what happens is with my energy efficiency, over the course of the day, now, and my net bill in kilowatt hours from the utility will be less, right? And of course, I've experienced the greatest energy efficiency. I have 4 children who moved out of the house, which have my usage. But that aside, if I do energy efficiency, what happens to my load is it kind of looks like this. In other words, if I've done all of these various things, I save energy all the time. When I'm heating, when I'm cooling, when I'm cooking, when the lights are on, I am always saving energy, and my net usage is less. But the other thing is that the demand that I'm placing on the system is also literally always going to be less. Now the difference with solar is, let's say I have 500 kilowatt hours of energy efficiency that reduces my load over the entirety of my load curve. If I self-generate 500 kilowatt hours of solar, what I actually do is something like that. Because it's only when the solar is generating, obviously, during the day when the sun is shining, and in particular, really focused in that late morning to mid-afternoon time period when you're maximizing solar. So what happens is, I'm still placing demands, and oftentimes the exact same demand that I always was placing on the system, because I have taken my, if you want to call it efficiency, and I pushed it all into the daylight hours. But now what's happening is, in the early evening, when solar is at 5 to 10% at best of its output, that's when I'm setting my peak demand. So I'm not hardly saving anything as a residential customer. So while when you look at a total bill that's in kilowatt hours, you can make this comparison between energy efficiency and self-generation. But this is an important differentiation between those two concepts because it's just looking at the total kilowatt hours, which is not necessarily a good indication of the cost to serve. So the other thing is, in my comments for now, let's ignore the UMPA bill and wholesale power. Let's just look at local City of Provo costs for the utility. And let's even ignore the taxes and the transfer of the general fund. Let's look at the system, all right? The system locally is 100% fixed cost. It's 100% fixed cost. And what drives the system cost for any customer is demand. The demand that they place on the system. Now, the young lady from the solar, she made the comment about comparing the peak demand of the utility to when the peak demand of the residential customers occurs. And she was correct, and oftentimes a lot of utilities, the utility peak demand might be earlier in the day, the residential peak demand is later in the day. That differentiation is not as strong here in Provo. The vast majority of your peaks, other than 3 months of the year, are after 5 o'clock. And in fact, in the last year, your July peak was at 5, your August peak was at 5:30, your September peak was at 6 o'clock. So because you have a large residential population that's helping to drive that peak, particularly during the air conditioning months. So at the time of the peak of the utility is also very close to the time of the peak of the customers. The other thing is, if I ignore for now the UMPA bill, the fact that BYU, whichever direction it is peaking at a certain time is really irrelevant to the distribution system needed in a residential area. In other words, substation capacity over there does not help me with my localized peaks over here. So when I'm looking at serving a residential area with my fixed distribution system, the substation capacity, the primary lines, the transformers that are serving the homes are absolutely driven by the residential peak, which occurs oftentimes 7:30 during the summertime when you're really not getting any solar. So that's an important differentiation. If you're looking at the UMPA bill, which is driven by your system peak, yeah, you've got some diversity amongst the classes. When we're talking about local costs, fixed costs, that's entirely driven by the classes that are served by those areas. Very, very important distinction. She went through a number of things relative to the value of solar, and I've seen a number of these calculations. As an electrical engineer and as a cost of service expert, I really dispute a number of those. Now, in the example that she gave, what is the loss savings shown in the example? She's got from 16 to 25% loss savings. I don't know a utility whose losses are that high. So I can't for the life of me figure out where 25% losses are being calculated when losses are actually, particularly on a distribution system, probably more around 6%. So that's a real issue relative to the comparison. The other thing is the values for generating capacity value, avoided T&D capacity costs, I think those are grossly overstated. Because, and in particular, when you think about from your perspective, you're buying wholesale power from UMPA, and there's a demand component to that. During, I'm going to guess, at least 4 of your months, it's dark out when you peak, okay, in the wintertime. And you have to pay for that peak demand in your bill from UMPA. While I think everybody can admit that when it's dark, we're not getting any solar output. And so I think that value is far overstated, even though they do have in the generating capacity and the T&D capacity, they got a 53% load match. I think that's way overstated. I believe that it's, and based on the many different load shapes and curves that I've done in my 30 years, I think that's way overstated. But let's think about it this way. She's got a distributed PV value in the example she gave of 11.6 cents. All right. There's 2.5 cents between the generated capacity value and the avoided T&D capacity cost that I think is inappropriate. If you give me that 11.6 would become 9.1. So let's wrestle on 9.1. And by the way, that's still giving the 2.6% for the fuel price guarantee value, which is sort of like a hedging value, which there's some assumption in that 2.6 cents that gas prices are going to skyrocket over time. That's the only way that I can theorize that. And I suppose that's open to conjecture. But I'm still giving the 2.6 cents, which I think is a really high number. But, so let's just say 9 cents is the value of solar. You give me a couple of the items that I think are overstated. Now, the actual proposal that we're talking about is a $3 per kW charge based on the capacity of the solar system installed. She also made reference to it being a per kilowatt hour charge, and that's actually not correct based on the proposal that we're talking about. It's on a per kW basis. So if we look at a solar facility, 20% what we call capacity factor, basically that means that the energy that you get over the course of the month is about 20% of the capacity value of solar if it operated 24/7. A $3 per kW charge at a 20% capacity factor translates into about 2 cents per kilowatt hour for the net generation coming out of the solar facility. So that's 2 cents per kilowatt hour. The rates that they get right now, your solar customers as a credit, start at 12 cents, the top tier, because the first energy that they avoid is 12 cents. So if they're having to pay 2, that 12 becomes 10, is their net savings. The second tier is around 10 cents. So if they get into that tier, the 10 becomes 8. And the last tier is around 9 cents, and that would become 7. And I would say, depending upon the gentleman here who's got very little sort of net energy use, all right, so he's at the extreme, but somebody who's, let's say, generating about half of their usage and they're a fairly big house, instead of getting 10 to 12 cents, they're going to get 8 to 10. If it's about 50-50, that's right around 9 cents, which is very close to what I think is a more reasonable 9-cent value of solar. So I think that's an important consideration. Just a second, I scribbled a lot of things down here.
We're glad you understood her presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that for now. I'm gonna move on to the second gentleman. I'm gonna have to say one thing. You've got an error in your assumptions. So he has an assumption that he has a 2 kW demand. All right, based on the numbers he threw up, June and July his usage was right around 1,400 kilowatt hours. So it's both from a physics perspective and a mathematical perspective impossible for you to have a 2 kW demand unless your load factor exceeds 100%, which is not possible. So I would estimate that your demand is more like 7 to 9 kW because it just has to be. Because 100% load factor means if his load was 2 kW every hour of every day, all the time, there's 730 hours in an average month. His usage would be 1,460 kilowatt hours. That's 100% load factor, but he can only get there if he's never more than 2 and never less than 2. And nobody uses energy that way. So based on my knowledge of the industry and homes, I would estimate his demand is more like 7 to 9 kW. Now, part of the problem with the presentation that he had and the rate presentation that he had is he was theorizing that one 300 kilowatt hour customer is the same cost to serve another 300 kilowatt hour customer. The problem with that is that most of the costs and most of the local costs are all fixed and they're driven by demand. So a 300 kilowatt hour customer like my dear old mom probably does put a 1 to 2 kW demand on the system. So the fixed cost to serve her is 1 or 2 kW worth of demand. If he's at net 300 kilowatt hours, the fixed cost to serve him is more like 7 to 9 kW of fixed cost. Because the fact that my mother uses 300 kilowatt hours, which she actually does, and the fact that his net is 300 kilowatt hours, the cost to serve them is dramatically different because he's placing a much higher fixed demand on the system than my mother is. So the comparisons that you made with your 2 kW demand, I'm sorry, but it's not possible. Now, the other thing is, by 2 cent net cost, again, if you have the $3 per kW, one of the things in his where he's got the higher fixed cost with the lower energy cost, in a way that's exactly what that would accomplish for the solar customers. Because he would have a $3 per kW increase in his fixed cost, and then the net benefit that he would get for energy, you could subtract an average of 2 cents per kilowatt hour from his net bill. So to a certain extent, it helps him pay more, but I can guarantee you not all of his fixed cost. That $3 is a midway point. It really is. It's not securing all of the fixed costs from customers who put significant demands on the system while buying very little energy. The problem with this comparison of energy use is that's for customers who aren't self-generating and their demand and their energy are proportionally about the same. most residential customers are gonna be in the 20 to 25% load factor range, whether they're using 2,000 kilowatt hours or 300. That's just, we all kind of live lives similar and use energy in similar fashions. So you actually can somewhat get to his proposal with the $3 per kW charge, only the solar folks have the higher fixed cost because it's there with the lower net energy cost, because he would get 2 cents less. However, on your overage, you'd still probably get the full, you're still get the full 8, which is the lowest tier when you over generate. So it's a simpler way to, in effect, get to the thing that he's proposing. The other thing I'll take issue with is his saying that I treated the transfer as a fixed cost. That's actually not really true, because in the allocation of the transfer, it was allocated on a revenue basis. So it was like, think of it like a sales tax. So as we were allocating the costs in the study to different kinds of customers, whether they were residential, commercial, or industrial, they were allocated as a percentage of the total cost to serve them. So for a very low use customer, their share in the cost of service of the transfer would be less than a big residential customer. So you can't say that it's a fixed amount. You can take the number that I allocated to the class and divide by the number of customers, but that's only an average. The actual allocation amongst different kinds of customers is if your bill is lower, you are allocated a lower percentage of the transfer. And if your bill is higher, you're allocated a higher percentage of the transfer. Now what happens is he's paying a much lower share of the transfer, which he was correct about with his sort of his net bill, but that's sort of a policy issue. I'm really talking about sort of cost of service related issues. That's my big points. Questions? Yes?
Can you send me a summary of everything?
I know that's a lot. I know, and I probably talk a little bit fast, but
in her presentation, she used the words potential, theoretical, avoidable, maybe, could. That was a red flag to me, because I appreciate your explanation, because so many of the things were theoretical or maybe will happen, could happen 15 or 20 years from now. We're talking about today, aren't we?
Well, my cost of service analysis is done on, on the most recent fiscal year was as the test year. So, looking at costs. And also moving forward, part of the difficulty is, the environmental cost. Well, is it really a savings or is it not? Now, some places when they do value of solar, they will actually add in what they call externalities. I live in Minnesota. The state of Minnesota added that in, which doesn't represent a savings to anybody. It's just saying that there's this value. The problem is that the solar customer gets the value, but the utility has nowhere to go get that value, so it ends up being subsidized by the other customers on the system. Now, I pointed out, yes, your customer charge is too low. Yes, you have inverted rates, and so you've got your large residential are subsidizing your smaller residential. The problem is that's exacerbated big time when the small user is because of the fact that they are net metering, because they're still placing that demand. So actually the cost, you can't, on his curves, you can't point to my mom's 300 kilowatt hours and his 300 kilowatt hours and say the cost to serve them is the same, because it's not. Yes?
You talked about externalities and said that the externalities are a benefit to the solar user, and that's not my understanding.
Yes, well, I'll try to clear that up. If they're included in the value of solar, and if the customer is paid that amount, like for instance, the 11.6 cents that she had in her example calculation, if you actually paid the solar customer the externalities, then they get the value. That was what I meant. You're not actually though, they're getting 12 cents at the top end.
But if that externality, for example, and it doesn't necessarily affect our local shed, but an externality of solar is it doesn't release carbon to produce the energy. Now that's an externality that is enjoyed by the whole populace.
In Carbon County.
in Carbon County, but still, it's carbon that we're responsible for releasing, and so you could say that's a benefit for everyone, and so everyone pays a little bit more in order to realize that externality.
Well, yes. I guess my point is, on a fiscal basis, on a dollars and cents basis, what I was really saying, let's just say, for instance, some places have calculated the value of solar to be 15 cents, including externalities. Okay. So even if the rate is only 10, the solar customer, they're saying, should get paid 15 cents, not the 10 for net metering. Okay. They should get 15. All right. My point is, let's say 2 cents of that is externality. Okay. So the utility is paying that customer 15. So my point is the customer's getting that 2 cents.
Yeah, they're being paid to produce the externality.
So that's when I made reference to the benefit, I wasn't talking about the environmental benefit, I was talking about the fiscal benefit. So that the solar customer gets paid the 2 cents.
To produce the externality.
Yes, my point is that the rest of the customers and the utility don't see 2 cents of savings.
But they're getting the external benefit.
I mean, sure.
Okay. All right.
But one of the things that I think is helpful, let's take that to extremes. So let's say that long term it's even more than that. And so let's go out and let's actually pay for people to put solar and pay them on ones who have good houses. The point is as the solar penetration gets deeper and deeper and deeper, the ones who are left to pay this benefit become smaller and smaller and smaller. Let's just say it was a two customer system, my mom and this gentleman. So what you're really saying is that my mom should pay $100 and he should pay 10. They're both at 300 kilowatt, but she has to pay all of his externality benefit.
And if it was determined, and this kind of gets to the policy question, but if it's determined that both of them are receiving, $50 worth of benefit from that externality, well, so they both need to put in $50, but all of that $50 goes to him because he's producing that externality. Now, we might say that the external benefit isn't worth $50, but if that externality, the whole point of the externality is it's a benefit, then if it's being produced, it makes sense to pay the person who produces that externality.
The other thing is my 90-year-old mother would argue that long-term benefits she will not see.
Right. And right. And so there's the question of what is the value of that externality, but if the externality if the value is placed to the extent that that's a correct externality, the correct calculation of that externality, then I don't see that as.
What if she couldn't afford to pay the externality?
Let me just. This is pretty deep in the weeds, and this is really a policy issue. Yeah, it's like even if you recognize the external value, the real issue then is who should pay it.
Right. Everyone.
But it isn't everyone, because the solar folks aren't. They're getting all the fiscal benefit, but they have a net zero bill.
They're paying it, but then they're being paid to produce it, and they're producing more of the externality than they are receiving themselves, and it gets distributed across everyone.
Well, you and I can go back and forth for another hour on that, but I have a feeling neither of us would give.
Okay, so the $3 per kilowatt seemed like you're okay with that.
Yes, I think, now, as a cost of service person, yeah, your customer charge should be higher. And actually, we should put everybody on a demand and energy rate, okay? Because you notice how you probably don't have a lot of solar on your bigger customers, right? It's only, rooftop solar is, in general, on mostly residential customers. The reason is because of the way we bill residential customers versus the way we bill large commercial. Because the large commercial are already billed at demand and energy. And they know, and the solar developers know, that they will still place a demand on the system and have to pay the demand charge. And so the net that they get is a much lower because it's only the energy, because they all know, and it's metered, you know you're still putting a demand on the system. All right? For all of the theoretical studies about saving demand, they still put a demand on the system. and oftentimes the exact same demand as they used to. So if we move to full demand energy and customer charge billing on a cost of service basis, I mean, from a cost of service perspective, it's the most fair. It really is. However, rooftop solar would really be done. I mean, because now the 12 cents becomes, 4 cents or whatever the number is. I'd have to look. But the $3, in my view, is a bit of a compromise. All right, there's still a subsidy. Right, if solar customers are paying $3 a kW for the installed capacity of the solar, a subsidy still exists. I guarantee it. However, it's not as much, okay? And it's allowing the solar customers to pay part of their fair share relative to the fixed cost only of the distribution system, right? They're still contributing to that demand you're paying to UMPA, and that $3 doesn't cover any of that. So there is still a subsidy in their rate. However, it gets something from them, particularly from the local cost and infrastructure perspective.
So when you mentioned that the 3 kilowatt was getting us basically the same thing as Mr. Walter's proposal, you just meant financially.
And I meant the impact on his bill actually is going to be very similar to what he proposed. Okay, but you're not raising the customer charge on everybody. Now, from a cost of service perspective, I'm in agreement with him. Your customer charge should be higher. I disagree that it should be $18, but I mean that's neither here nor there as far as this discussion. I mean I have lots of clients whose customer charges aren't high enough. I got one client up the road whose customer charge is 0 on residential, and so I'm begging them to go to something. And but of course it's an infinite increase if we increase from 0.
Yes.
You said you think our customer base rate should be higher. How high do you think it should be and why?
Well, the cost-based rate, I'm going to quote them directly from my study. The cost-based rate just for the customer charge portion, I think it was $13.58 on page 8 of section 4. The $26.95 that he quoted, that's if you take all of the local Provo costs, distribution costs, and customer-related costs, and put them in a customer charge. Then you get to the $26.95, and that's extreme. I know utilities who have done it, but it's extreme. Just the allocated residential customer charge was $13.58, but that's if you went to full customer and retail, with full demand billing. You'd have a $13.58 customer charge, a $7.57 demand charge, and then 3.5 cents for the energy.
We can't do that yet, right? Because of the metering.
We're still putting those meters out.
Once we get the meters out, we could do that.
And that will raise our rates even substantially. Is that right? As far as
No, that actually does not raise any additional revenue.
That's if you do it across the board. It's revenue neutral.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, different customers.
Yeah.
The other thing is that one 500 kilowatt hour customers will be different than another, because you can have 2 500 kilowatt hour customers. One that puts a 5 kW demand and one that puts a 3 kW demand. The one who puts a 3, their bill will go down. The one who puts a 5, their bill will go up under that circumstance.
If we go to that, it'll raise the solar customer more than the $3, right?
Yes, because they'll pay on their full demand, that full demand charge, which they will be very close to that each and every month. I think it was $7.57, something like that. Yes.
So this would incentivize good behavior in so much as customers might program their demand for a different part of the day to avoid that peak demand where we really don't want it to peak. It's costing the system.
Well, and then you can take that to a time of use perspective on the demand, and there's a lot of different ways that you can go with that. Residential demand charges are a sticky wicket because they're understanding amongst your customer base is a challenge to understand what that means, because they don't know what that means, and really why should they? And so, of course, the first thing as a customer is you see this new line item on the bill, and especially if your bill went up, you're pretty sure the utility's up to something nefarious, and that, you know, you're getting the shaft on the deal. I mean, I've been at enough customer meetings in my life to know that there's a fair amount of distrust of utilities and their consultants in particular. But, so I actually know a utility that rolled out residential demand charges without any customer education. And this is really actually a pretty funny story. A lot of their retired folks, bills went up, and they were really mad about it. So what they would do on hot days is they would turn their air conditioning off in their home and go to the utility offices and sit in the lobby and protest. which I think is pretty funny, but.
Just,
yeah.
So, I mean, I understand that at the peak demand, when maybe we have to go and buy, if we don't have the capacity, we got to buy power off the grid somewhere at a high rate.
Oh, UMPA does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're, that's the expensive power, the most expensive power of the day, right? At 5 to 7.
Well, it's sort of a yes and no. Depends on the day. Today, the market price right now is nothing. And in fact, because of lower gas prices, market costs, even during the peak times, have dropped dramatically. The other thing that's interesting is we don't have any demand growth in this country. The peak, the demands on a nationwide basis are literally the same as they were in 2006. Because of a lot of it because of conservation, you know, and better lighting, better appliances. I mean, it's good stuff. The problem is that our costs, and especially our fixed costs, are not going away. And particularly at the local and the at the distribution level, I've got a lot of clients who have growth in customers. They don't have growth in load. So what's happening is they're having to build more infrastructure to serve more customers, but their load isn't going up, because the rest of the customers are saving or self-generating or doing whatever they're doing or just conserving in general, which is all a good thing. But the problem is you know, you don't have to get past 7th grade algebra to know that if the numerator goes up and the denominator doesn't change, there's only one way for rates to go. That's why I'm so busy.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I maybe just bring up the presentation. Can I just end with just the final? Can you turn on that presentation or the
Also, it'll take about 60 seconds. Oh, there you go. That's good. I get to see it on.
I was going to show some of the bills and what happens, but I'll just go to the final. So the Energy Board looked at these alternatives from the cost of service. The two were the retail demand, because we felt that that was what the real cost was, kind of back to where Dr. Walters is. This is what we thought would be the most fair across the board. The $13.58, $7.57, and 3.5 cents. But if we did that, what would happen to solar? And I think Dave said it would kill solar. I mean, people would not put solar on their roofs or that type of thing. So we looked at the solar charge, and we decided that was the reason why we thought that the board recommended that was because it's easy to implement. It only covers the fixed distribution cost. The other night we were called out on the outage. I have to have linemen on call. I have to have a dispatcher. I have to have engineers. I have to have planners. Those are all fixed costs to keep the grid running so solar is possible. I have to recover those fixed costs. The grid, to keep the grid on, that's what that fixed cost does. The other thing is all the other UMPA cities have voted to implement the same type of rate, the $3 per kW. So that's kind of why the board did that. The one thing I would like to say is it can be regressive, right? And we do see that there is a subsidization, a progressive rate scale. We subsidize lower users, that's true. The regressiveness comes because not everybody has the opportunity to use less energy. Everybody can turn off their electricity. Everybody can get the lower rates. The problem is not everybody has the opportunity to use solar. And I believe it's more than half the residential customers if you look at your demographics, because you have apartments, renters, trees, you have a lot of people that will not be able to use solar, put solar on their homes. And I do think that we're continuing to subsidize solar. You have federal tax credits, you have the Utah tax credit, the Utah state, and we are subsidizing the city by paying a higher rate for that solar. If I go out on the market, if I build a community solar, I'm coming in at under $50 or less than 5 cents per kilowatt hour. If I had to pay that on a rooftop for that same solar, I'm paying between 9 and 12 cents. So there is a subsidy that goes to those solar users. And that's kind of the end of that presentation. Is there any questions for me? I would also like to say we are in the market on the residential customers and the commercial customers. We're in the middle lower for both customers. So we always look at see where we are in the market in this area.
So how are you charging that? How would you charge that $3? Would it be based on what they have signed up for metering with? So if you have a 4.8, you pay 4.8 times the 3?
Exactly. It'd be the capacity of the system.
It doesn't actually have to ever be metered, because when you put it in, you say it is a X kW system, and then that's added as a monthly fixed charge based on that value. So it's $3 times the value. You don't have to, there's no, and then the net metering goes on as always.
No, I'm just wondering how you verify what the size of your capacity is, that's all.
We have to work with the installers.
When we install, we check it, right?
Right, when we inspect it, because we have to inspect every solar installation, we'll look at it then. And then you tell us that as part of the net metering agreement.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all being here. And Dr. Walters and Mr. Ball, for everyone who's participated. Kate, Donna, thank you. Appreciate you all being here and our solar representatives as well for the discussion. We will now go to the, this will be heard tonight in our council meeting, so we can take action on it right now. And we will go to the next item, which is discussion on potential legislation related to trampoline gyms. In our last meeting, we had a couple of requests to look at the regulations. One of the requests was Brian, do you want to explain the additions to it? The one that was the insurance addition, and then the other one was the wording for accident logs.
Yeah, so I'm pulling up my red line. There were a few changes that were made. Many of them were kind of cosmetic. I put it into the format of looking like an ordinance, and alphabetized the definition section. I went through and added some clarifying language that one of the other attorneys that reviewed it had recommended, all of which I think just clarifies things that are already in the ordinance. And then kind of the two substantive changes were, let's see, I'm scrolling down here, that in addition to being required to have insurance, that the operators would need to maintain on file a certificate of insurance and provide that upon request, and notify Provo City staff if their insurance lapses for some reason. And that one was discussed in the last meeting. And then the other thing that was discussed in the last meeting, but I think not really agreed upon, but that I put in was there was already a requirement that operators keep an injury log, and I had intended to add language making that log available upon request by city employees. When I drafted it, I actually, because of some of the conversation that had gone on last time, had expanded that to include customers or potential customers that they could come in. And we did get an email. I think it went to everybody. We did get an email back from Missy Uribe from Lowe's Extreme Sports that they were very opposed to that public inspection of the log, and they articulated some reasons for that. And that wasn't necessarily, again, and something that was agreed to. But that's in the current draft, and it's just kind of up to the council where they want to go with that. Then the other issue that I explained in the email that I sent out is there's another version that adds even more than what I just talked about. That second version also adds kind of a signage requirement regarding requiring posting of injuries on signs inside the facility, and that really came about at the suggestion of Mr. Harding, and I just drafted up a proposal so that we had language to discuss if that was where the council wanted to go.
So the one that I'm looking at is in our public documents, does not have any of that language. It does have the for the insurance.
Does it not have it, or is it just not redlined?
It's not redlined, but I'm looking under reporting of injuries, and I saw another draft that said, oh, there it is, okay. For review upon request by any customer.
Yeah, just kind of for the sake of cleanliness and lack of confusion, the version that I gave to Bryce to post to the public website was a clean version that didn't show any red lines. That version does contain the language about inspection of the log, but does not contain the language about signage regarding injuries. Because it's a clean version. It's a clean version of version 1, if that makes sense.
So if I walk into a restaurant, do they keep a log, and can I, as a citizen, ask to see that log?
Not that I'm aware of.
So any other business that does? That is required to?
Not that I can think of. I mean, you could probably, through a public records request, find out the history of health violations that a restaurant has been cited for, kind of thing. But that's really, it's always kind of a different question. If you actually get that probably from the citing entity, not from the restaurant.
I know businesses all over, particularly manufacturing and things like that, they're required to post number of injuries that have occurred. I think it's a lot.
Are those required or motivational?
I believe those are required by OSHA on certain businesses. I don't know, but I'm throwing out an example because I've worked in some that have required injuries, and like some of them are motivational, but yeah, so some of them do show the number of injuries.
I've seen those too.
I'd like just Beverly Lowe and Blue and Zach are here from Lowe's Air Extreme Sports tonight. I don't really know if they're here. I appreciate you coming today. So, yeah, I know, as I mentioned before in the last meeting, one of the, Chief Augie, thank you for being here. Augustus, sorry. He's just Chief Augie to us, but I appreciate him being here as well. You know, I think the really important thing, especially if we're taking this to the state level, is to get the most accurate reporting, you know, that we can possibly get. And I you know, was very concerned that this would disincentivize, you know, reporting everything. We want to report everything and anything and not have any concerns about reporting what's happening, because we want to know if this is having the effect that we want it to. Is this reducing the occurrence and the severity of injuries? And so I have real concerns about posting that as well, because I feel like we want accurate reporting for sure, and don't want to cause them any, you know, put any obstacles in the way of getting that reporting, and especially if we are able to move this to a state level, that would be really important moving forward.
Posting it is one thing, having it available for just anybody to ask. How do you feel about that?
I think that, and I've in conversations with Misty Rive, she has real concerns with that too, for insurance reasons. Insurance, you know, companies, they're insuring them at pretty good, you know, a $1 million precedent, and so they have some concern as well if that's being shared with just any customer. I think there's some insurance and some liability concerns with sharing that kind of information with just anybody and everybody that asks, you know, that comes in. So she was very concerned with both of those, with actually having to post it publicly or having to provide it to customers that maybe ask for it.
Are there privacy concerns also, because some of those records would name the individuals and it's kind of their health record also?
I think where HIPAA laws protect them, don't allow you to do that, but these are just mostly the injury, the date of the injury. So there's no identifying information on that. Just my understanding as a nurse, I don't think with just posting the injury and the date that you'd be giving away any sort of protected information. But I know there was a real concern for insurance purposes, was just sharing that kind of information too.
Why would that? I don't see how that would get insurance covered at all.
Do you want to expand on that? Do you know better than me?
Well, I just don't think, okay, it's almost like this is a last minute thing that they thought up to stand in our way. I don't know. I don't understand why that's so important. Of course, any gym is going to have a few injuries. The thing is when you have a report of how many, what kind, injuries, and that doesn't tell the whole truth. When we have thousands and thousands and thousands of people that come to the gym and work out and play and all that, so how are they going to, rationalize that? I don't know what other word, in their mind on the injuries. And to me, that just, it's over the line. It really is.
And what Missy said too, you reminded me of another thing that she mentioned, was that it doesn't tell the full story. It has the injury, but it doesn't say whether the person was obeying the rules, if they broke the rules, if they were acting. Yeah, and this injury was sort of because they weren't following.
There's
pre-existing issues.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. I mean, people come in there and they've either had pre-existing injury or they don't know that they have weak bones or something. We've seen people jump, and as they're going up in the air or coming down, you can see their leg break before they even land. So they either have weak bones or something. So there's so many things that need to be considered.
There's a lot of determining factors, like it's situational, just depending upon the person, and all that is done in like our incident reports, but to have that posted, that would just be...
It doesn't, what it'll do is confuse people, because then they're going to take away from that and put their own spin on it, because they don't have all the facts.
We're not talking about posting, we're talking about having the law available.
Well, and it'll be available for the city to inspect. It'll be available for the health department, for the insurance company, for all those that need to know. It'll be available, upon request for those.
Customers don't need to know.
But customers, don't feel like it makes a lot of
benefit?
Yeah.
And if he's a customer, if you go in and look at the post and say, oh, 4 people got hurt, I'm not gonna go here to this, right?
So I, this summer, right after our UMPA meeting, we hit Zion on the way back, and I hiked with my wife, Angel's Landing. And on our way in, there was a sign that said, 6 people have died on this trail since 2006 or some date. And there were several times while I'm on this trail, it was packed, it was a very busy day, and people are trying to work their way around each other, and it's like, oh, I could just kind of scoot over there. But many times as I was doing that, I thought of that statistically. I wonder if one of those people fell right here because they were doing what I was thinking of doing. I was more safe on that trail because that's a very real statistic to me that, sure, that the injury rate, and that's a very interesting thing when you say, well, it doesn't take into account how many people are here. It could be a rate, 10,000 customers came through and one of them was injured, and that might be nice, but thousands of people have been on that trail, but 6 of them have died, and so that made me more safe in my behavior while I was on that trail. Another thing is if people with bad bones are participating in all of these gyms, you still could see by comparing, like, okay, Gym A has an injury rate of 0.3%, and Gym B has an injury rate of 0.03%. I'm going to go over to gym B, not gym A. And now all gyms have an incentive to work hard to make sure that they are as safe as possible for as many people as possible, because it's going to affect customers' decisions whether or not to go to their gym or not.
Well, I mean, this law or regulation would be just for Provo right now. And so Orem, they're not going to have these regulations. And hopefully we, that it goes statewide, that is the desire. But right now, it's just affecting Provo. And so I think that is another thing to consider as well. And they do, I don't know if you've gone on their website, but they do have a safety video, like I mentioned last time, that shows a stick figure breaking their neck, diving and breaking their neck, or breaking a leg. These things can happen. And I mean, it is a stick figure, it's sort of a cartoon with an Australian accent, guy with an Australian accent. He's trying to be like, hey, you gotta be safe and you gotta follow the rules, or this can happen. So I think it's pretty direct that this is, you got to be careful because bad things can happen if you're not careful. So I don't think that they're shying away from the teaching and the warning and this is what can happen. They also have signs posted of no diving signs. And to credit Lowe's, they've actually already put these regulations into place. They did a remodel of their place during the summer, and they've actually already put these regulations into place. So, but they, I don't think that they're skipping over educating people, that they're actually have increased that quite a bit, and they're being very straightforward about these things can happen. So
I appreciate you bringing up the education factor. I mean, if you were going down to Angel's Landing, they had a video show the most likely injuries, well, falling off the cliff is the most likely injury, and the result is death. And I think the video and education that is currently being used in the gym gives people a pretty good idea of what they're getting themselves into.
So I was responding to a direct question, what would be the benefit? And so I apologize if I got a little passionate there, because I do think there are some advantages. I think that the whole group has done some wonderful work, and I think has succeeded beyond what probably most people expected, and I applaud you for that. I do think that the posting of injury rates has some would be beneficial to our residents, but if there's not consensus on it, I would still vote for this even without that. I think it would be an improvement, but I think it represents a great step forward and something that hopefully can be an example for the rest of the state. Again, I think it would be beneficial, but maybe this is something that if we still see problems, if we still see injury rates that are too high, maybe not at Lowe's, which I'm a patron with my kids. I go there, so and I think it's great. But if, say, industry-wide, we're still not getting where we need to be, maybe this is something that we hold in reserve for the future. But I just want to say I do think there's value to it, but I personally will not be voting against it if this is not in it. So I just kind of wanted to lay that out where I'm at on this issue.
Are there other comments?
And my question wasn't on posting, because I'm not in favor of posting, but my question was having it available, and there's not again consensus that having it available to the customer, and that's what it need to be, it doesn't have a benefit, then I'm fine.
So I would.
Well, I was just going to say I like that approach of holding that in reserve. I think this has been a great process and a lot of cooperation from the owners involved, and like you said, they've already implemented some of this, and I think we're already seeing the result from that, aren't we? In the end results. So my preference would be to not throw anything in that hasn't already been agreed on as a result of this process at this point.
Except for the insurance part about notifying us if they.
Well, I guess what I would say is I think based on let me know if you have additional feedback, but based on the email that I got from Misty, I think if we took version 1 and just deleted the reference to customers seeing the log, that her last email indicated to me that she was okay with all of the other changes that were in there.
Well, I know that's true, yeah.
Yeah, so so if we look at the version that doesn't have the signage requirement in it at all, and out of that, in that version, we also remove the reference to customers having access to the log. In her last email, those were the only two things that she had.
Yeah, you said there's two versions on this one, number 3, so pretty much everything in red, and then all of number 4 in version 2 that you sent. Those were just the.
Right. Now, the one thing is, I didn't understand from her email, and maybe I misunderstood, I didn't think she had an objection to city employees being able to see the log.
No, so that's like for the people that we already reported to, like the hospital and the different people from the city. But they're saying like if they want to come in and just check it. General public.
Yeah, and so what I would propose doing, if, maybe we need a motion from the council to do this, but what I'm suggesting is that if in that language that's in red, if you delete any customer, potential customer, in the word or, and replace it with a, so it says, upon request by a city employee.
Authorized city.
An authorized city employee. That's a good idea.
So moved. Is that your motion?
So I will, assuming that motion carries, then what that means in practice is that I'll prepare a version that makes that change, and that would be the version we would talk about tonight at the council.
So the agenda for tonight.
Authorized.
So motion by Mr. Connect, and is there a second?
And that will say authorized city employees.
And available for review upon request by an authorized city.
And I'll take out references to showing the call up to customers.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart, discussion? Sure.
How do we define authorized? I mean, are we entering into another
Or maybe
paragraph now
the
that has
person in
to?
charge of business licensing?
Yeah,
Like
we could
who's gonna
say
be doing the inspecting or?
City license, the licensing division is in charge of this because the entire thing is in the framework of their business license, and violation is, the way a violation is addressed is by holding a hearing on their business license, right? So I'm anticipating that it's, the reason why, I guess what I would think off the top of my head, and it's an open question whether we need to define it, I would think that the fire department staff and licensing division staff would be those that would be authorized by the city to go ask for the log. And that's what I'm interpreting as authorized, meaning authorized by the city to go ask for it.
Fire department, yeah, because they have the emergency response plan that they have to approve, correct? You wouldn't have to do that.
No, other than business, only business inspection.
You wouldn't listen to that.
I think the intent is that, Corey works for the city, but if he goes down there with his son, he can't go say, I'm a city employee, you have to show me your log. Right?
And I guess my question is, do we just take out the word authorized and say those two persons? I don't know. Would that be clearer or?
It could be down the road. Although then you get the problem of, with the example I just gave, any fire department employee.
Right. Leave it authorized.
And if the fire chief's unable to, and they give that to somebody else, they ask somebody within the fire
Well, and
department.
I think if it changes like down the road, if you do like appoint someone like specifically to go down and change it, then that would be, like if it's an authorized employee, then they would be okay to do that. If they're assigned to do that.
And if somebody comes in and says to them, I want to see your log, and they said, why? And they said, you're not the person I dealt with. I think they can call the city and say, this employee.
I guess that's what the pressure is, whoever's
Yeah.
in charge that night, they're the one that's gonna be saying, hey, I'm authorized to leave your log. Well, they know, I mean, how do they know?
And I think they would have to, if they want to protect the log, they'd have to call the city.
Just call
and
the
say,
city.
is this guy really okay to see?
Most people aren't gonna know there's a log except authorized city employees.
Right.
And not only that, but like we send it anyway, so they're like getting it to like wherever it's going at the end result, but like this is kind of last resort if they needed to come down and check it or something.
Authorized, good enough then? Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, those in favor? Thank you for voting unanimously. So this will be on tonight's business meeting agenda, and we will now it's time to, Mayor Curtis, if you have any administrative updates that you'd like to share.
I'd like to introduce all of you, the couple behind me. Susan, right here. Susan, yeah. And they have joined us today to be part of the decision whether or not to hire him. And knowing that you'd want, they're living in St. George, you're getting a good thumbs up from the acting chief back there. They're living in St. George and have come up for the weekend and are invited them to join us for dinner so that you can have a few casual moments with them. And then both of you will be here for council meeting? We will. Okay, both will be here for council meeting. And so you'll have a formal chance to ask questions as well.
Will you be commuting from St. George or will you?
I'll let you ask him that at dinner. And Brian, you'll give us the comfort level of what questions are appropriate at that versus the questions that would come in a more formal setting. So we're really pleased. I think as you get to know them, you'll have the same level of excitement that we have. And that we're getting already from our fire department. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all we've got.
Great, so, Brett, I don't know if we need to hold a closed meeting or.
Well,
I don't know if it's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary. It's only necessary to hold a closed meeting if there is intended to be an actual discussion regarding the character and competence of the individual. It's just a social gathering where there's an opportunity to interact on a social level, then I think it's fine to just adjourn this meeting and go into the dinner hour.
Motion to adjourn.
Next, those in favor?